Good evening. Thank you for those of you in the audience tonight joining us. Today is Tuesday, October 13th. This is the Litchfield Elementary School Governing Board meeting, and I officially call this meeting to order. First, we will stand and say the pledge. Thank you. All right, we are ready to get started. We are going to begin first with Mrs. Shelley Hornback. Item 2A are recognitions and celebrations.
Hello. Thank you, Bradley Cruz, Director of Technology. We always appreciate you and Stevie. Good evening, President Clymer, members of the board, Superintendent Gunning. This just might be the most exciting celebration that we have had in 2020. We have two incredible celebrations tonight, starting with October is Principals Month, National Principals Month. And we know that we have 16 of the best principals in the entire country. They are often our unsung heroes. These are the folks who stay calm, stay focused, and keep their schools on track day and night. They work from dusk till dawn, and the opposite of that, every single day of every single year. They are so committed to their school families, and then they do double duty by serving at the district level in a wide variety of ways. And they are not celebrated enough. So this is our opportunity tonight to give our deep gratitude to the principals of our award-winning schools, to thank them for their outstanding leadership, their steadfast dedication, and their heartful enthusiasm that they bring with school spirit and commitment to students every single day. So our collective hats off to our principals. Thank you so much for all of your hard and wonderful work. Second, we have not one, but two A+ schools of excellence. Tonight we celebrate our Bulldogs at Dreaming Summit Elementary School and our Wildcats at Western Sky Middle School. These are two of our shining schools. This is a prestigious award that is far more important than academic rigor and test scores and just checking boxes, right? This is about heart and soul. This is about an engaged community, a strong PTA, parents who care, families who care, teachers who are dedicated. This is about community partners coming to the table to celebrate and dedicate themselves to the hardest working teachers. It is the whole package. The A+ School of Excellence Award is among the highest achievements that our schools can win. And we've got two of them right now. Tammy Garrett leads our Wildcat family with so much organization. She's got a lively campus with lots of volunteers, tons of people who want to get engaged, and that's really time consuming. We welcome the volunteers and the community partners that come with that, but that also takes a whole nother level of commitment and engagement from our principals and our staff, and that's what Tammy Garrett leads, and we're so grateful for that. And our entire Wildcat family, that is one of our oldest schools, also a national blue ribbon school. So Wildcats at Western Sky Middle School are just as good as it gets. So we congratulate them on their A+ School of Excellence Award. Also Dreaming Summit Elementary School, top notch on every level. Principal Sarah Lewis is steadfast. She is focused. She's very thoughtful. She doesn't jump to conclusions. She doesn't rush to decisions. She takes her time. She inspires her teachers to dig deep and find the best in kids. She partners, of course, with the community and her PTA as well. And we can count on her to share her voice and her wisdom and her enthusiasm to lead her school and her district to the highest levels of excellence that we expect and demand in a district as strong as Litchfield Elementary School District. So we're so proud tonight of all of our principals, and especially grateful and proud of our Bulldogs and our Wildcats. So thank you very much for taking the time tonight to celebrate these top-notch A+ award-winning schools and principals. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Hornbeck. Those are awesome celebrations. I will admit I did not know that it was Principal Month, so it's pretty awesome. We have a lot of people to celebrate there, so congratulations all around. Next, we're going to go to item 3A on our agenda. It's the bond update with Mrs. Wendy Qualls.
Thank you, President Clymer, members of the governing board, Superintendent Gunning, and members of the community. Tonight I have 3 presentations for you regarding our prior year. So our fiscal year goes from July 1st to June 30th. So tonight we're going to start with a bond update as of June 30th of 2020. Again, I'm Wendy Qualls, the Executive Director of Finance. So our strategic plan, this presentation aligns with finance and resources. It's to increase stakeholder knowledge and understanding of school funding. Timeline for completion. The Arizona revised statute requires that each district that issues bonds and has an outstanding balance hold a public meeting each year between September 1st and October 31st to update the progress of the capital improvements and financing through the bond. In November of 2014, our community authorized the district to sell $35 million in bonds. To date, we sold $28 million to investors. We have spent just over $26 million. So we spent over $26 million of those funds, and so we still have cash of about $1.4 million. We have unissued bonds of $7 million. So in total of that authorization, we have just under $8.4 million remaining. In the bond pamphlet, we were required to say how we were going to spend the fund by category. So for remodeling of existing schools, we had proposed to spend $2.1 million. We have done improvements at Corte Sierra and El Thomas Heck regarding security fencing in the past years. Litchfield Elementary this summer, we remodeled Pod 200 and did some other exterior weatherproofing and upgrades. At Scott Libby, we did weatherproofing, multiple upgrades, and also new flooring in their gym. For Western Sky, we did weatherproofing, and at Wigwam Creek this year, we completed the new bus loop on the southwest corner of the property. So of the $2.1 million, there's about $1.3 million remaining to be used for remodeling schools. New school construction, we asked for $25.2 million for new schools. $4 million was used to complete Verado Heritage. The majority of that campus was funded from our previous bond. And Berlin Soda was just over $16 million. So remaining balance of $4.9 million for new schools. Remodeling of administrative facilities, $200,000. We remodeled an area for a data center and also food services. And there's $32,000 remaining for remodeling of admin. We estimated $3.5 million for operation and administrative construction. We built a support facility out west, about $2.4 million. And then this last spring, we replaced fuel storage tanks. We removed the low ground tanks and it's now an above ground system. So $600,000 remains for operation and administrative construction. Pupil vehicles, we estimated $4 million. We've spent $2.4, about $1.6 million remaining. when we issue bonds, we incur costs for legal costs and financial advisors. And to date, for the 2014 issues we have done, it's just under $71,000 in expenditures. So current future construction plans that we're working on in the next year or two would be to construct a new White Tanks Learning Center. When we've worked on these projects, there's been other funds used to supplement them. So at Verado Heritage Community Education paid over $300,000 for playground updates and for their classrooms that they use out at Verado Heritage. We received donations for just under $130,000. The 2009 bond proceeds, just over $8 million were used. And then Adjacent Ways, which is funds that we collect from our community to pay for bus loops, ingress, egress from our campuses, and other utilities or improvements on property to be able to construct those schools. So we also used Adjacent Ways at Belen Soto. At Scott Libby, we also, when we did the remodel, some of the costs we coded to our capital outlay fund. The Wigwam bus loop, again, we used Adjacent Ways, $349,000 to complete that project. Mr. Sims, our Director of Transportation, was able to get us an ADEQ grant to help with the removal of the storage tanks. So that was $65,000. And then Mr. Ensing, Director of Finance, and Roger Spivey, our Director of Purchasing, worked with the SFB. They've done amazing over the last couple of years securing grants for us from SFB. The Palm Valley roof replacement was over $833,000, and the Western Sky School Facilities Board replaced the roof for $1.1 million. So really appreciate them working on those grants, because otherwise those funds either would have come out of our bond or our capital funds. And you have my contact information. Do you have any questions?
I have a couple of questions. My first question is, you noted in your presentation that we are going to be doing some work at the White Tanks Learning Center. Tell me, first of all, does that come out of the new school construction remaining balance of $4.9 million? And how much do we think White Tanks is going to cost overall? What's our projected budget for that project?
So it does come from the new school construction item. We are anticipating around $2.5 million out of bond and then some out of Adjacent Ways for the project. So that will leave us funding if we start to plan for a new school. We would be able to start that process to get the plans in place.
Okay. Then for the other remaining balances, what historically has been our procedure or thought process behind spending those, or do we usually leave some on the table, or do we try to spend every dollar that's available from the bonds that were approved?
It's an interesting question. So I went back and researched back from when we did our first bonds, and the first 2 or 3 bonds that were done in the early 90s, they did not spend all of it.
Okay.
But since at least 2000, we do spend the remaining. So when we go to the voters and we ask for the $35 million and spell it out in the categories how we think we would spend it, we actually have flexibility of 10%. So we could over or under spend in each of the categories for up to $3.5 million. So we will spend the remainder of it. There is still about 1.6 for transportation, for pupil transportation buses. So we definitely will plan on that. And then the construction, there's some administrative space. We tore down a building just back here, possibly look at replacing that. But the only current in design phase is the White Tanks Learning Center.
Okay, so we have flexibility on which bucket it's in. Do we have any flexibility on the category? For example, technology is something that we've really talked a lot about. Can we move something into technology, or it has to mirror up with those items we said we were going to spend the bond money on?
So it has to mirror within those categories. So when we went out for the bond in 2014, it was not allowable to use it for furniture and equipment and technology. That changed back so that now we could, if we go out for a new bond, we could include technology and other equipment, but in this bond, it's not allowable.
Okay, one last question. When do these bonds have to be issued by?
So our election was in November of 2014. We have 10 years to issue, so we'd have till 2024. Once we issue, generally they like you to spend it within 3 years. That's why you've seen we go out for how much we know we need and then wait until we're ready again and go out again instead of getting it all at one time.
And you usually do that also to manage the tax burden on the community, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so we aren't paying for debt if we aren't really using the proceeds.
Okay, I appreciate that personally and the community. That's all my questions. Thank you, Wendy.
You're welcome.
I had a follow-up on the White Tanks Learning Center. What's the timing on that?
The timing on,
White Tanks Learning Center?
so we are currently in the process of creating the proposal to go out to architects. And then we'll receive those back probably in a couple of months. And then Mr. Ensign and Spivey will review those evaluations and award it. Actually come to you to award for the architect. And then the design phase is what, 6 to 8 months?
Yeah, 6 to 8. Dan Ensign, Director of Facilities. It's usually about 6 to 8 months for that small of a project for the design phase. And construction, I'm estimating about 10 months.
Which would leave completion
In 14 to about 14 months
from today.
from today if we were to really get going. So there's a lot of factors, permitting and things like that, so we try not to be too set on those dates.
But I mean, you're eyeing to be open by the next school year, is what I'm saying. Like,
It'd be a good goal, yes.
okay. Thank you. Okay, any other questions? All right, thank you. Moving on, I believe it's still with Mrs. Wendy Qualls. Item 3B is the fiscal year 2020 maintenance and operation override update.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is on our maintenance and operation override. Again, it aligns with our strategic plan under the resources and finances to increase stakeholder knowledge and understanding of school funding. The timeline for completion, again, comes from Arizona revised statutes. So as long as we have the override in effect, we are required to present the information in a public meeting between September 1st and October 31st. So in November of 17, our community approved our maintenance and override. In this year, we went from a 10% override up to the 15%. The override, again, these items were listed in the pamphlet. So to maintain current staffing, our special area teachers, instructional coaches, behavioral coaches, student advisors. In 2020, so last school year, we spent just over $5 million. Anticipate for next year that being closer to $6 million. Increased teacher and staff pay. Last year was 3.5. Next year, I estimate 3.3 million. Last year, we maintained our accelerated programming for our TA program. That's the Spanish program. And with the pandemic, we suspended TA program. Therefore, we don't incur those costs this year. Also to maintain our athletic program, 147,000 last year, and I estimate 150 next year. Maintain a nurse at each campus, 388,000 for last year, and I anticipate 376,000 for next year, or the current year. And then also to recruit and retain effective teachers and staff, 19,000 for this year, and I estimate 50,000 for next year. So in total, I'm sorry, I'm getting my years mixed up. So in the previous year, 2020, 19,000, in our current year, 21, 50,000. So in total for the 2020 year, it's about 9.4 million for our override. And for the current year, 2021, it's 9.9 million, almost $10 million for override. Do we have any questions on that?
I have two questions. Well, one point for clarification and one question. So my point for clarification is, can you just verify for me that the line increase teacher and staff pay 3.5 million and 3.3 million respectively is the specific extra 5% from the override that we committed as a board to ensure goes only to teacher and staff pay?
So yes, that's a little complicated, but we have some stipends that are specifically the override and then other increases. So yes, that was the increase.
Okay, thank you for that. My second question is, can you tell me what the dollar amounts for recruit and retain effective teachers and staff? What would be an example that those monies would be used for?
Superintendent Gunning.
Sure, I'll chime in on that.
We didn't want to miss a word that you said, Jody, so I had him turn it up really loud. I'm just kidding.
Testing.
Still low.
Too much feedback.
Testing, testing, can you hear? You're saying it. Good. Okay. One of the things, Board Member Moran, I wanted to clarify too, is that on that teacher and staff pay for the teachers component, we left it as a separate line item on their paycheck so that they can see it every single time. So that's been something we've been committed to, so that it's clear and understandable. On the recruit and retain effective teachers, the majority of those funds are utilized when we need to look at an incoming teacher's experience and background for recruiting, for especially the hard to fill positions. So for example, a good one would be middle school math or science, that a lot of times are hard. So if we look at our STEP system, then what we do is go ahead and then if a person is looking at their compensation and maybe that STEP system isn't meeting where they're at currently at their current location, they'll ask us to take into consideration their experience, and then we'll go back and check, but we still keep them in line with current employees.
Okay, can I ask one follow-up question to that? So let's say we recruit someone for 8th grade math and we pay them, let's say $1,000 more than what would be on their STEP. Then does that $1,000 perpetually come out of this line, or does then that after that first year go back into the main $6 million bucket?
It would go back into the main.
Okay, so this is really to actively recruit and retain each year to year. Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to know why we are expecting there to be a decrease in pay for nurses at our schools this year versus last year.
That would just be either a transition in a nurse, maybe a higher paid nurse left this year and left last year, and we have a lower nurse this year. Also, some of our nurses are paid overtime, so that would be included in the 2020 number, but not in the 21. I didn't estimate any overtime.
Any other questions? No? Okay. Before we move on, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you as a board member and then a community member for everyone who voted for this override. I think that you can see some crucial things on these line items here: teacher pay and athletics, nurses at every school. I can't imagine going through a pandemic without a nurse at every school. So for any of those of you out there that are interested about what overrides are for, please take special interest in this, because I think we would be in a lot rougher situation than we are today if we didn't have these funds. So thank you to our community for continuing to support us as we go out for these year to year. Thank you, Wendy, I appreciate it. Okay, we are on item 3C, and we are with Mrs. Qualls again. 2020 annual financial report presentation.
again, aligns with our strategic plan to increase stakeholder knowledge and understanding. And the timeline for completion is another Arizona revised statute. It requires each school district to publish an annual report by November 15th. The Auditor General and Department of Ed create the format of this report, and it includes budget and actual expenditures. We are also required by October 15th to submit the report to our county and also the Department of Education. So we have over 50 funds in our district. We account for funds in separate pots or funds to keep the money separate because a lot of them have different purposes and funding source. The first few funds we're going to talk about are considered budget control because they're based on a tax levy. So we set a budget and then we can spend to that budget limit. So our maintenance and operation fund is our largest fund, and it is for our day-to-day operations. The majority of the funds are spent on salary and benefits. So 87.1% was spent on salaries and benefits of about $61 million. The next largest expenditure out of this fund is for purchase services. So this would be positions that we can't fill as employees. We hire contracted employees. And also we do tuition out some of our special needs children to private schools. Our utility costs are $2.8 million. That's about 4% of our budget. So that's our power, sewer, water, and trash. Supplies are 2.1%. That includes not just instructional supplies, but also maintenance, transportation supplies throughout the district. Our property and casualty insurance is 1% of our budget. And then other items like dues or fees is 0.1%. So in total, we spent $70 million of our $77 million budget in M&O. Do you have any questions on M&O before I move on?
Yeah, can I just ask a general educational question? So when I think about my own budget at home, let's say my budget is $700 and I only spend $600. Then I have $100 left that I can do with what I want. So how does it work in this particular scenario where we budgeted $77 million, we spent $70 million? Do we have that other $7 million? And how do we allocate that? Or do we save that for next year?
Correct. So that does carry into the new year. So it carried into this year. And then we can use it for expenditures in the current year.
But we still have to use it in the same bucket, correct?
Correct. It's still in the same fund.
Okay.
And it can carry, it's unlimited on the amount that we can carry forward.
Okay. That's all I have for now.
The next fund is our classroom site fund. So in November of 2000, the voters approved Proposition 301, which was to fund salaries for teachers and a couple other items. These funds are very restricted. When we receive them, they actually are split into 3 different funds. One is only used for teacher base. The second is only teacher performance. And the third is for teacher base and also an instructional assistant at each campus to assist with math or reading intervention. So 100% of these funds are salary and benefits. Any questions on that slide?
Okay, yeah, I'm going to ask a question that kind of springboards off that last question. Okay, so if we had available in classroom site funds $9 million and some change, and then we spent, less than $6 million. And one of the things we could spend that money on is like interventions. Why wouldn't we just spend more money on interventions during the year?
So this fund fluctuates greatly. It's based on sales tax dollars. So in order to ensure that we have stable funding to be able to pay the base pay that we pay out of these funds and the performance pay, we retain some of that carry forward to ensure that we can level those as much as we can based on what happens in the economy, but we try to keep those level. And also our enrollment will also impact the amount we'll receive.
Okay, Okay, so would we expect to have the same ratio of budget to total expenditures next year? Or do we try to manage that every year based on having a kind of a base level carry forward that we want to have?
So each year when we're looking at the 301 funds, I try to retain half of whatever the carry forward is, and to carry forward into the next year. So each year I use about half of it in my estimate to pay out.
Okay, thank you.
So now I just want to take a quick break and look at our current expenditures by category. So this is similar to the report that the Auditor General will put out in March for all districts across the state. So my estimate is classroom instruction will have 60.1%, administration 8.3%, instructional staff 4.2%, maintenance 10.3%, non-instructional, which would be our food service department and community education 4.2%, and then also students 8.7%. So the students would be our extra supports, whether that's reading, not reading, but speech, OT, PT, and the nurses, and then transportation 4.2%. So that is pretty in line with the prior year. The prior year, we were at 58.9 in our classroom, so we did increase our percentage into the classroom. Administration, we dropped down by 0.5%. And then as we would kind of expect, our transportation costs went down because we didn't transport students the last couple months of the year. Any questions on current expenditures? So another budget controlled fund is our capital outlay, otherwise known as our DAA, District Additional Assistance. This fund is used for textbooks, library books, instructional materials, computers, furniture and equipment, buses, vehicles, and construction. So our budget was 16 million and we spent just under 5 million. And we do try to carry funds in this budget. We do have some long-term plans for other bus improvements and also construction. So these funds would be used when we build a new school to furnish the campus or any other repairs like the roofs that we're fortunate to get $2 million from SFE for. If we're unable to secure that funding, then it would come from this fund.
And just for clarification, new school, you would anticipate new school furniture and equipment would come from construction, or that would come out of furniture and equipment?
We reserve that in construction.
Okay.
So we look at the textbooks and materials on an annual basis, and sometimes curriculum, we may look at 3 or 5 year plan, but the actual furniture for a new facility, we reserve in that construction account.
Okay, so again, the monies that are left in this DAA fund are generally earmarked for something to be spent in the next 3 to 5 years, or?
We usually look at 3 to 5. We project the funding that we anticipate over the next 3 to 5 years and make sure that that balance will carry us forward at that time frame.
Okay, thank you.
So Adjacent Ways is another budget fund, and it's based on a tax levy. So we had 390,000 in our budget, and we spent 362,000 of that. So that remaining difference will stay in Adjacent Ways. Any questions on Adjacent Ways? So debt service is the fund where we pay back our investors. So it works the same as a mortgage where we pay back our payments twice a year instead of monthly. But for last school year, we spent just under $7 million paying back our investors. Now we're going to go through some funds that are considered cash controlled. You can only spend the funds if you have the cash. So the bond building fund is where the funds go once we sell to an investor. The money is deposited into the bond building fund. So this year, $1 million was spent at Belen Soto. You see the Litchfield Elementary remodel, Scott Libby's remodel, the support services for the fuel tank system, and then Western Sky was the weatherproofing, and Wigwam Creek, the bus loop. So we spent 2.1 million. The cash that we brought forward in that fund was just under 3.5. Food service is also a cash controlled fund. And in this fund, it works a little different than our overall operations because the salaries and benefits are about 43%, 42.9%, because they need to purchase all of the food that they're serving the students. So 38.6% was food and supplies. Other costs of 5.9%, those were purchases of computers or the software they use, other furniture and equipment. And then indirect costs, 12.6%. The district is allowed to collect indirect costs from the program. So that covers the administrative costs. So our district office processes their cash deposits that they receive, all their payroll, accounts payable. It also helps cover the utility costs of the food service department. And food service began the year with 2.5 million. The revenue was 4.2. So a total of 6.7 million was available for their 5 million. So they stayed within the cash they had available. The revenues were lower than expected due to the pandemic by about 372,000.
So do you have a comfort level as to what you like this beginning balance to be? Obviously, it went down from last year to this year. Is there like a threshold there that would give you thanks?
So as it continues to go down, it makes me a little nervous. But as long as, let's say if our expenditures are 5 million, if you divide that by 10, you get $500,000. So I'd say if we get down to like 1.5 million, that's when I would start to be concerned. You get down to about 3-month operating because there is a lag. So you've served the students their meals, then you can claim the revenue, then you get the money back from the state. So to really have a couple months, hopefully a 3-month balance, that would be great.
Okay, so tell me then, how does the effect of the USDA approving free breakfast and lunch through June 30th of next year impact this area for us, or does it?
So it helps because we will be serving more meals, especially breakfast. So it is a good thing. It's just that we need the kids here to be eating. So it's not offsetting that there's a lower student count, lower eating participation. But once the students are back, it would have a higher reimbursement rate.
Okay. Thank you.
And the last funds I have for you are the community education. So it's our preschool program on our extended day. So again, these are cash controlled. So they spend 93.8% on salaries and benefits, 4.1 on supplies, and 2.1 on other fees or field trips that they go on would be in that 2.1. So in total, 3.6 million in expenditures. They carried forward 2.4, brought in almost $3 million. So they had 5.4 available and spent 3.6. We track our expenditures for preschool and extended days separately so we can see how each program is performing. But as far as reporting goes, it is only at the combined level. So as a combined fund, they did have enough revenues to cover their expenditures. And again, they weren't able to operate the end of March through summer and continuing actually. So preschool revenues were decreased by around 300,000 and the extended day by 450,000. So fortunately, again, we had that carryover to be able to continue to pay our staff during the time.
I do not have a question on this, but I would like to make a statement on this, community education funds in particular. I know that we have had discussions in the past on our purpose and the revenue stream or negative revenue stream in the preschool and how extended day is really carrying that. I would like to have a study session on our long-term plan for preschool and extended day. I understand COVID is an extenuating circumstance, but I would like to make sure that we have a viable business plan in place for beginning in the 2021-22 school year for preschool, or have a discussion to go in that direction, please. And the last thing I would like to say is a thank you to you, Ms. Walls, from one numbers person to another, for your ability to summarize this complex financial information and data into understandable terms. And I appreciate your accommodations to my specific requests and my many questions for information, even when they differ from what's been presented in the past, or when they might go above and beyond what the minimum state requirements are for explanation. So I appreciate you.
You're welcome. Does anyone have any questions or comments? And we thank you to Kim for your amazing numbers brain and the ability to crunch all of those numbers and ask the good questions. So we appreciate you also.
Thank you.
Okay, Amy, do we have any people to speak this evening? We do not. So we will skip over item 4A and go right to 5A, which is a report from our administrators. Let's see, and we have, we have our principal from Rancho Santa Fe to host us this evening.
Good evening, Madam President, Governing Board, and Superintendent Gunning. I wanted to take a moment to thank you guys for giving me this opportunity to kind of show you what we're doing at Rancho Santa Fe. I'm just going to go over three main things. I'm just going to give you a quick glimpse on our main focuses at Rancho Santa Fe. We're working on our collaboration, connection, and building that partnership with our community. Our staff is really diving into those critical standards and really brainstorming and having those deep conversations on how to reach the needs of all our Bronco students, regardless of what learning mode that they are in. So they're learning through our professional learning communities, our professional development, even our teachers that are not in a classroom but are part of that services, our resource teachers, our ELL teachers, our instructional assistants, from our front office to our food services and our custodians. Everyone is diving in and really collaborating on what's best for our Bronco students on our campus. So here's just some pictures of our teachers collaborating during their Title I collaboration days and their learning, their planning time. And then just a picture of a teacher diving into instruction. This year, our motto for Rancho Santa Fe as a staff is together we move mountains. We definitely work hard and we play hard, as you can tell in the pictures. We're doing some connection activities, collaborating, like I said, and we are moving those mountains every day and rising to the occasion in these unique, challenging times. I just wanted to talk briefly about the connections that we are continuously building on our campus. We start off our morning every day with music blaring when parents are dropping off their kids. We have our student greeters and our NEHS students out there holding up signs, celebrating, welcoming students. We empower student leaders to guide and mentor Broncos to where they need to be. And then every morning, we start with our kickoff with our morning message and our morning announcements. Our awesome third grade teacher, Mrs. Aiken, puts together these announcements with the help of staff, where we're uniting and connecting and committing and disengaging some stress with our students. We're connecting with teachers coming out to a playground where we have zones and students are cohorted. They're bringing out equipment for them to use and making sure we're socially distancing. We're having dance parties in the classroom. So a lot of connecting activities built throughout our day. Like I mentioned before, we do our morning announcements every morning. We're uniting through our Bronco Pledge. We have a school themed song, which is Lean on Me, that our students love to sing. We commit to not only ourselves, but also our peers and our staff and our campus. We disengage in some stress throughout the day, and that's how we kick off our mornings on campus. Also, if they're joining from online, then they join in virtually as well. We have lots of Bronco pride throughout our campus. We love maroon and gold. Lots of pride, like I said, in our showcases and our bulletin boards. We have motivating quotes. We have Bronco art displayed. Everything to welcoming our students onto campus. Also, shout out to our special teachers who are getting very creative with how they're making activities engaging as they're pushing into the classroom. So, lots of awesome things going on, phenomenal things on our campus. We're working on our partnerships with our Bronco parents and our communities. We created a Bronco YouTube channel where parents can view videos from our staff and our students showing our safety measures, and they can go back and revisit those as needed. We're blasting those out in Remind and our newsletters. We partnered up with our PTSA. As you can see, they built a wonderful marquee. They helped raise money for that. Took a few years, and we're excited to show that off. We're thankful for Avondale CCV. They like to feed us and refuel us throughout the day. Kiwanis Club, they have sponsored some grants for our specials teachers, helping them get creative so that they could push in and have the materials and resources needed. Also, shout out to our Rancho Santa Fe community. They helped us we had a supply drive, and we were in need of cases of water and Clorox wipes and hand sanitizer. They brought in so many supplies that we are so thankful for their partnership. And here's just a few pictures of Kiwanis Club. They've also fed us a few times. And then all those wonderful supplies were donated. That's all I have for you guys. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. And as always, you're always more than welcome to join me on the ranch.
Thank you very much. Okay, I will open up the floor. Elaine, do you have any questions or comments on the reports overall?
Not so far, but thank you very much. But I do like to join us on the ranch. That was really cool.
Okay, I would like to just piggyback off of what Principal Zuniga said, and at the end of the presentation, which is just trying to continue the gratitude that we have for our community support, not only at Rancho Santa Fe, but at our other schools that were really evident in all of the reports that we received this month, not only from the community in general, but specifically we had business support from Desert Federal Credit Union, Walmart, Staples, service organizations such as Kiwanis and Rotary, faith-based organizations, as well as individuals who just stepped up and contributed to our technology and other supplies. The support of the community is extremely useful to our educational purpose and much appreciated. We really couldn't do it without them. So that was very heartwarming to see all of the examples, not only at Rancho Santa Fe, but also at the other campuses of those supply drives and technology drives really coming to fruition. It was very nice. The second thing I have is really food for thought that I'd like to throw out about the reports. So I found myself, as I was reviewing the reports this month, really torn, because I love all the pictures and I love seeing the students, especially since we can't physically go and see the students. But then there was part of me that really was eating up Principal Lewis's report, which was aligning what her school is doing to the strategic plan. And so I would love to see more of both of those things. Did I steal what you're saying, Melissa? I'm sorry. But it was just, I love both of those things. And so for me, because I love the data part, but then I also love seeing all the smiling faces and the successes and all of that. I know we've been evolving our own reports and the presentations and the principals' reports. And so I just think if we can consider that, I really enjoyed that part of it. The last thing I have is actually a question. So one of the reports that's now included in here, because the student classroom numbers were taken off of the individual principal reports and put onto what we're now calling the enrollment reports. So can I just get, I'm a spreadsheet person, so I think I know what it's saying, but can we just get a general walkthrough of these pages and what is being contained therein? Because I have a couple of questions and I just want to make sure that that I'm seeing what I think I'm seeing and reading this correctly. And I know I'm throwing this at you because I believe Ms. Qualls is the person who would address that. Is that possible tonight? And if not tonight, not another time, but. And does everyone know where that is? So that's going to be in the.
So in the department reports,
Okay, so in the department.
after the reports from finance and purchasing and student information, there are new spreadsheets for you. I believe the first one in there is the distance learning academy. So this report lists each teacher by grade level and the number of the students they are serving from each school. And I highlighted the actual school that each teacher is assigned to, because there are some of our online teachers that are teaching students from 3 or 4 other schools. So the purpose of this was to give you the entire picture of one of our digital learning teachers, how many students they are serving, and the total by grade level.
Okay, now which spreadsheet is that, Wendy?
Yeah, I think it's this one, Kim. It's not the first one.
It's not the
Oh, it's not, okay. I'm gonna go with this one.
So
Okay,
Wendy, is it possible to show them on the screen while you're going through them or no? And while he's doing that, thank you very much for helping us with that. Just as you pointed out, so the highlighted square is from their campus who's in their class, and then the other ones that are not highlighted are just other students that are in their class, but not necessarily from their home campus. Correct, okay. And then the total on the side is the total of everyone, so that's actually their class size, if you will. Okay.
So I normally have a link just to go to. Are you trying to do it too, Greg? I'm trying to do it too.
Can we just pull them from board docs?
That's where they're going.
Oh, that's what we're trying to do, okay. Oh, I see.
We were fighting over the mouse. I was trying to do it and they were trying to. Okay. So this first report is the average students. So let's start in the first column. So we're looking at kindergarten. And next to kindergarten, it has 25/25/30. So the target class size would be 25 for in-person, 25 for hybrid, and 30 for distance learning. The first column is the average at that school in the entire school for in-person. So the in-person teacher average at Barbara Roby for kindergarten is 17. The capacity, there's 2 teachers, so the capacity there would be 50. So we have 34 seats available for kindergartners. If we go down the page halfway, we see Barbara Roby again. This is their students in hybrid. So Barbara Roby, for example, has no hybrid kinder students. So this report is showing you the average students that are in person by grade level by school, and also the average students in the hybrid program by school and grade.
Okay, so my question on these 2 sheets, meaning are the 3 sheets that look like this, that have the average and the capacity, is there's 3 sheets. When I look at this, what I think I'm reading is that we have capacity, or not capacity, that's the wrong word because ours is capacity. We have excess, which would mean open seats in all 3 learning models with very few exceptions.
Correct. And this also is only general ed students. So we do have some inclusion students that are pushed into these programs. And I plan next time to have that information for you. This time I just have the general ed. But next time you'll also be able to see what does the class size look like when the inclusion students are in the classrooms.
Okay, and the reason that I asked that question now is because I think we're going to come back to that when we talk about potential for reopening from strictly hybrid into potential 5-day model. And I just wanted to make sure that I was reading this correctly to see that we do have some excess for any families that we could potentially accommodate. Because we don't look full in either, when I look at this, we don't look full in either in-person or hybrid or DLA. It looks like we have some space in all of those programs. Not huge spaces necessarily, but there would potentially be room for some accommodations for families that may or may not like our decision this evening. Is that correct, Superintendent Gunning?
That would be correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So this spreadsheet gave you the detail by grade, by school, in-person and hybrid. The next document shows you the distance learning by teacher, by grade, by school. So this is the one where the cell is highlighted to show you which school that teacher is assigned to. And then over to the right, you can see how many students they are actually serving. Any questions on that? Nope. And the next document is to show teacher by teacher what their class size is. So it's by grade, school, and teacher. The white cells are in-person teachers, the blue are the hybrid, and then the green are distance learning.
So really, Wendy, the purpose behind this spreadsheet is if we as a board see something that piques our interest in the summary, this is our way to dive into the actual classroom detail. Okay.
I have a question. I believe this will be for Superintendent Gunning, but please feel free to answer if you also know. On the very first spreadsheet that you mentioned, there were 3 numbers at the top, and that was in-person class size recommendations, hybrid class size recommendation, and then DLA. Is that correct? Right, so 25, 30 for the kindergarten, for example.
Yes.
How were the DLA recommendations made? I don't remember seeing that information, or how were those, I mean, I know the other ones are policy, but how were those created?
So back when we presented, I think it was back in June when we presented to do our AOI with our DLA, and Laura Combs had done research on what were the class size and capacities in online programs throughout the state. And they utilized, she utilized that information that it usually was a percentage higher. So then she took that percentage, and that's how she added that to our current class size information, and that's how they came up with those numbers.
Okay, and I know we're talking about DLA later on the agenda, but is that one of the things that is being reviewed in the planning process in terms of those numbers and what experience we've had this year versus what we'll do moving forward?
I think a lot of that, the whole entire program will be analyzed throughout the year to see the success of it. Especially even, we were just even talking today about even monitoring if at whatever point in time that we do have 3 models in place, the effectiveness and student achievement in all 3 models to see which modes and models, and are we seeing an effect, right, by anything, like a class size or a hybrid, you know, with half.
Right, okay, great, thank you very much. Any other questions or comments on the spreadsheet?
I would just like to thank you, Wendy, for going over that. Do you have any other tips or tricks or things you'd like to highlight about? I know this was a time-consuming process just to even put this together, so I'd love to utilize it as much as.
No, I think we covered the purposes of it and how to utilize it.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for putting this together. It's great information.
That is all for me.
Okay, and Kim, that was we're still on administrator reports. Sorry, we're still on item 5A. So Melissa, you're up.
Kim stole my thing. I was gonna say how much I love bringing some reports, but we've been saying all along that we want to make sure we're aligning to our strategic plan, and she just took the ball and went with it. And so I think all other principals should try to do that if possible. Although I do love the pretty new reports we have. Those are really pretty, so I can just look through the first two. But I think that Green Summit definitely, like, we found a way to balance adding in the stuff we like, the fun stuff, as well as giving us concrete details that we need to see how we are meeting our strategic plan at a campus level. So I really like that. And then I was happy to hear from transportation that we have been able to get everybody on the bus that is requested. That was in between the 1 and 2 mile range. So thanks for doing that. Do we foresee there being an issue in the event that we do decide to open tonight? Like, is there going to be a problem at that point?
I didn't hear that.
So do we foresee there being a problem with being able to still get all those kids in right now once we have open polls?
No, I don't see that happening because the students that we're busing right now are either going to be 5-day or state hybrid. So our numbers may go up, but it's not going to increase very much. For example, at the Palm Valley route I'm driving, it's 11 kids and 9 kids. You put them all together, I have 20 kids. You know, and then on Fridays, I may not have all 20 because there will still be some that are the hybrid. So I don't see it, and even if it does bump a little, we do still have some leeway in that as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, one other thing I forget, because I forgot this last month. One of the things that was in the report was about the parents that got together through a community support group and collected money to do laptops for the students. And I know they were donated to Barbara Roby, and I have to say that is one of the things that has made me the happiest to see our community come together like that. Our parents that were like, I can't buy a whole laptop, but a couple of parents got together and found a way to be able to collect donations and be able to buy laptops for kids that really needed them. That is exactly what our community needs to do right now, is come together as a group and support our kids and be able to make sure that they're getting what they need. So I'm super happy to see that. I was very proud of those parents for doing that and making that happen.
Agreed. We have an awesome community, ready, willing, and able to help when we need it. I'll start with the laptop as we're talking about that. I saw the presentation from Desert Schools. I think Kim, you mentioned that also in terms of like awesome business partnership. We got, some laptops and things from them. And I saw the, I will say modified socially distanced event at El Tabasek in Barbara Roby with kind of the drive-by celebration. And I think what struck me is that we're creating something that could be, it maybe started as a negative with kids not having the resources that they needed, but in the end wound up being a completely positive experience for those families to come through, to see their teachers, to see administrators, to see community partners coming together, celebrating them for getting something that really was a huge gift to their education, to their lifestyle, things like that, to be able to access their education at home. So what a cool experience for those families to, really be celebrated in that way. So great job, and kudos to you guys for making that happen for them. I know that they're probably over the moon that their kids can now properly connect like everybody else. A couple of you mentioned the sort of celebrating your custodians for National Custodian Month this month. Thank you for calling out, right, our unsung heroes. I can't imagine all the hard work that they do. And Dan has told us many, many times how difficult it is to be a custodian in our district and everything that's put on them. So thank you to those schools that made an effort to really highlight those folks on our campus. We probably only have one or two, working during the day, and that's a lot of staff and kiddos to care for. So thank you to all of you out there doing your best work. I know we've been working with Ignite Yoga for a long time, but Corte Sierra highlighted they're one of the schools that has their, they call it the Ninja Mindfulness Program, which I think is just an awesome name, because what kid does not want to be part of the Ninja Mindfulness Program? But again, just another way, whether it's in person or virtual, we're making it work. We're reaching out, we're touching families and making it work and all of that kind of stuff, which is awesome. And we're really committing to the whole child concept. We say that over and over, and I don't think people really understand what that means. This is part of it. So thank you for your good work to continue to partner with awesome partners like Ignite Yoga. Belen Soto, thank you for sharing the photos of the sign that you installed in your front office. They look great and they're wonderful, but it just reminds me of probably one of the best things I've done as a board member. And I don't know that everybody up here was actually on the board when we went through the naming process of Belen Soto, but probably one of the best things I have or will ever do as a board member is being a part of the naming selection and creating a relationship with the Soto Moreno family and all of that heritage. So thank you for celebrating that, and thank you for showcasing to everyone who comes through the front door of that school the history and the legacy of where we came from and what we hope to continue in terms of educational excellence. So thank you. I thought that was really awesome. And last but not least, I know that Shelley said something about the A+ schools of excellence, but I just want to say to Dreaming Summit and to Western Sky, congratulations. Like, of all years and all things that you had to do to be able to get the pat on the back to say, we already know how awesome we are, right? Everyone in the district, but for everyone in our state to just realize the hard work that you've put into this. I can remember during our board walkthrough at Dreaming Summit last year, before the pandemic hit, all of the work that they had and the run-throughs with their kiddos that were going to be hosting the committee members, and just the time and effort that they put into that was amazing. And then to have to sort of pivot quickly to a virtual tour, and how are we going to get our kids engaged, and how are we going to get our parents involved? And I don't know how you made it all work, obviously, but you did it, and it was such a great job. I saw it from a student perspective. My daughter was asked to participate in a club that was hosting, if you will, one of the committee members from Western Sky, and just to see the excitement and the pride, right, from students and staff and everyone. So huge congratulations. This is such big news. And I believe it's the first time that Dreaming Summit has won, not the first time for Western Sky. So congratulations for your repeat, but for Dreaming Summit, this is a pretty awesome example of your excellence in a year where no one dreamed that we would be here with 2 excellent schools. So congratulations. And that is all I have. So we're going to move on to our informational reports. We'll start with Superintendent Gunning, and we're on item 6A for those following along.
Madam President, members of the governing board, I'll just continue on with the celebrations. We were actually very excited to implement our board structures, and hopefully you're seeing them in the memos and the board presentations. And of course, our Miss Principal Lewis definitely knocked it out of the park. We knew as soon as that report came in that that was going to be a favorite and a highlight. So just want to thank all the staff for all of their hard work. And please feel free to continue to provide feedback to me if there's things that you're seeing that you'd like to add or take away or any modifications. Also, since our last meeting, we began our all students who had selected hybrid or 5-day in the hybrid model. And I think the transition has gone very smoothly. The transition from doing the grade levels in a stepping stone process was really good. The children that I've seen in classes have been extremely excited to be back and actually see their fellow students. And of course, the teachers are very excited to see students live and in person. They're continuing to work and of course adjust as they go through the hybrid process of trying to figure out exactly which modes and methods work for them as a teacher. The other thing is the celebration, of course, of our A+ schools, and now we have 8 A+ schools, which is a very proud moment as a district to have that many currently. Some other celebrations of our community members is we had the AZ Catrano group donate over 200 backpacks, as well as AZ Channel 7 to provide, hundreds of supplies to us, because we knew this year we needed supplies since children could not share. So we wanted to make sure that we had extra supplies that we could divvy out and share with our schools and our classrooms. In addition to that, last week, we received a $20,000 donation for computers. So I'm very, very excited and very proud to continue a very strong relationship with one of our community partners who continues to support us and to support our students.
Okay, that's me. Thank you. Any questions for Superintendent Gunning or comments? Okay, we'll move on to our board reports then. I will start with you, Elaine, at the end.
Okay, everybody, thank you. So this is what I did when asked after the presentation. I kind of broke it down into what I did, what you did, and what they did. I only did 2 things that really facilitated our district. Jody and I sat in on a virtual round table with our representative, Michelle Udall, talking about basically where the state is standing at the moment on reopening, and it's no different than where we have been in the past. I don't know, let's be flexible. We could try this, we could try that. But overall, I thought it was a fun meeting to go with. And then I had the pleasure of joining Shelley on the foundation call as well. And lucky for us, it looks like our golf fundraiser is going to be moving forward, correct? Yeah, so that was great. So that's what I did. Here's what you did. You did the same thing that you've always done. You were there for your students. I saw in all of the board reports that came in that you continue to support your students, you continue to support each other. I saw the birthday celebrations, Courtney, for our custodian out there. We also had Spirit Days. I wanted to thank all of our classified staff for your continued support. I know that you have been pulled into several different jobs that aren't necessarily your job. But without you watching over students for our teachers at the beginning of the school year, we wouldn't have been able to do what we did. And of course, all the custodians to follow on the back of that. And what they did, I just wanted to take a quick moment. I know it's been mentioned several times over the community support for our laptops. I just wanted to give a shout out to Becky and to Sandy. I'm honored to be your friend and for your support to get everything rolling for the laptop. So that's where I stand.
Thanks, Elaine.
Kim? Yes, for my board report, I'm going to start by saying this was a really busy month. So pretty much immediately after our last regular board meeting, a few of us attended the ASBA. ASBA stands for Arizona School Board Association Law Conference, and this was a 3-day virtual training. The majority of it was COVID focused, so it was extremely timely with all of the decisions that we're having to make and that we're facing even tonight. I also attended 2 meetings of the Diversity Empowerment Committee. One was a training and one was a meeting where we are making progress towards determining what our goals will be for this school year. I also attended, hosted by my alma mater, The Ohio State University Fisher College of Business, a webinar entitled Humanity in Leadership, Conversations About Race. So this goes directly into my work with the Diversity Empowerment Committee, and it was really interesting to hear how a significantly larger organization is dealing with the same types of conversations and leadership decisions that we're having to make at our smaller level here. But it's interesting just the parallels that really are in place between the organizations being in education. I also attended the Estrella Rotary meeting to provide an update on our district in general. The folks who are in the Rotary were interested in finding out when they were going to start sending school buses on the roads again, and they also were interested in finding more information out about our governing board member election that is coming up or is in process right now, and so I was happy to provide them with that update on behalf of the district. I attended, in addition, an ASBA webinar on suicide awareness that was put on by the Black Alliance and the Hispanic Native American Caucus, and this suicide awareness webinar was specific to those groups of individuals. So it was very interesting, the statistics that they quoted in both Black students and the Hispanic and Native American populations. For those who don't know, suicide awareness is one of my personal passions, and I'm glad to hear that we are also implementing what was approved through the state, that we will have additional suicide awareness training for everyone going forward. In addition to that, I watched the Governing Board Member Candidate Forum. Thank you to the Litchfield Educational Foundation for hosting that event. I thought it was very informative. Thank you to Melissa and Danielle and Jeremy for taking part in that. I think it was very helpful for the constituents to get to know you all better. I also attended numerous special meetings, study sessions, and had conversations with Superintendent Gunning. So we've had a lot on our plates this last month. But last, not least, and in my opinion, most importantly, I'm super excited to say that today I exercised my constitutional right to vote. And I'm super excited about it. Not only to vote for the leaders of our country, our state, and our legislative district, but to vote for the future leaders of our local school board and judges. I value this right and encourage everyone to get out and vote. Our future literally depends on it. Now, on to Melissa.
Okay, yeah, it's working. I always get the mic that's not working. So to Kim's point, it was a very busy month. We did go into the law conference, and I was sad that it was virtual because it was my favorite thing I did last year when I was new to the board. It was my very favorite training I went to, and I learned so much last year, and doing it virtually was a little different. But one of the great things about it was that since it's virtual, they recorded all of them. And then after the conference was over, we were able to go back and watch things that we had missed, or we could rewatch things if we had missed something while we were in it. So I did spend a lot of time in our law conference, both the 3 days the 3 days we were doing it, and then after that, going back and watching things that I wanted to not take part in, but I wasn't able to do because I was in a different workshop. So I spent a lot of time with those workshops. ASBA has also started these Wednesday webinars, which are really awesome. So I've been signing up for all those that I can do those, because I feel like as a leader, we need to learn to, as best we can, and take advantage of every single opportunity we have for training, especially the free ones. They're great. So I've been doing a lot of those trainings. We have had study sessions and special meetings as a board. Elaine and I met to start working on our goal, where we're working on getting a calendar together, and we're working on getting input now from current board members to start moving forward with that. So that was another meeting that we had. I was at the town hall, town forum thing, obviously. And I've had many conversations with Superintendent Gunning, and
Also, I've had a few conversations with our president of the board just because I want to learn from her too. So one of the conversations we've been having, I've been trying to kind of figure out like how do we handle certain issues? How do we, like, when, if somebody brings something to us, what's the best way to address it? Things like that. And since she's been on this board the longest of anybody up here, I value her experience. And so I've been able to kind of learn from her in this past couple months, especially while we've been making a lot of decisions. And I've also responded to several emails because with everything that's going on, we've been getting emailed all the time. I think I added it up and I had written just in the past 2 days, like 30 emails. So it's been a very, very busy month and I don't see it stopping anytime soon, but I just love that we get the chance to do this, so. Absolutely, thanks, Melissa. Yes, board protocols can be difficult to say the least. So yeah, it's been fun to try to navigate that and figure it out together. And I think as a board and superintendent combo up here, we really strive to learn and do things better. So not only do we talk about protocols and we approved our board norms at the last board meeting, which is really important to us to make sure that we are creating operating principles for ourselves and for other district leaders that are really showcase our foundation and beliefs. Some other things, I will not go through what everyone else did because we typically do very similar things throughout the month in terms of webinars and all of the meetings and the conferences, which are amazing. I will let them say that. The two things I think that were unique that I got to do this month that I was really happy about, I was asked to do a Leader in Me book study. Leader in Me is the curriculum that one of our schools, Pride of Heritage, participates in. It's pretty amazing. I've been to different events on their campus and they have a Leader in Me day. That's not the name of it, but it's something like that. And I've been extremely impressed. So when the Franklin Covey Institute asked, hey, as a board member, would you like to participate? I said, heck yeah, they sent me the book. I will admit I did not get through the entire book, but I did the book study in 2 parts. So I'm almost through it all, but extremely impressed and just get a better understanding of why Brito Heritage thinks it's so important. And hopefully, you know, down the road, if another school wants to pursue that, I feel like I have a better handle on what that curriculum really means and what it offers. So it was really informational. The other was I was asked to participate in the K through 12 Leaders Roundtable through our National School Board Association. So it was a small group of maybe 12 to 15 board members from around the country, all different districts, all different sizes, talking about reopening and community engagement and what the heck we're doing, right? To be quite honest, everyone was really open and honest, and it was a really, really good sort of informational session, not only about how delicate reopening can be, but also the strategies for health and wellness for our families and our students, our district leaders, everyone sort of taking care of each other. So it was nice to see. One takeaway I will say is when we were in the introduction process, we all said where we were from, how long we've been on the board, and how many students and schools were in our district. And there was one other woman from Arizona who was a little bit bigger district than ours, but very similar numbers. And the man just before me said, we have 11,000 students and we have 24 schools. And I said, well, we have 11,000 students and we have 16 schools, and now you can see why Arizona has all the problems that it has. So there's a lot of unique things and discussions going on because everyone has very different challenges in their state, and being able to talk to people that have been through different things was really interesting. So we, you know, this board is reaching out to every institution or group of people or association that can help us be better leaders, make better decisions, create better relationships with our district. So we are trying very hard to make this as smooth a process as we can this year. So anyway, that is all from my board report. Thank you to everyone and to Jody for your reports. We will take a very quick 2-minute recess for a bathroom break, and we will be right back.
Saying that I did something weird, made me feel like I accomplished a little bit more than I remember.
All right, welcome back. We are currently on item 7A of our agenda, motion to approve consent agenda items. So I will entertain a motion.
I motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
I will.
Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Any comments or discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? No, motion carries. Okay, that will take us all the way down to item 13A, which is the discussion of the traditional academy program change to 1st through 5th grades for the 21-22 school year. And that is Mrs. Gina DeCoste and Dr. Pearson. Oh, yes, you are. You're up for the next 3, it looks like.
Okay, so good evening, Board President Clymer, members of the board, Superintendent Gunning. It's nice to see all of you. Before I start, I do want to say one thing about something we really haven't talked about tonight, which is Streaming Summit's board report. So, that is the new template for all the principals to use. Sarah gave a little dry run to see how we go over. But I just want to give credit to Luke Jenke and his office manager and Sarah Lewis for all working on that to align everything that we're doing to the strategic plan and to see. So you'll see that template format from all the principals next year. So I'm really glad you liked it. That was like very exciting news. So one of the things that we're talking about is changing the traditional academy program to limit kindergartners. We discussed this last year. This was something that came up with our traditional academy planning team. We had all of those parents and things exploring things last year, and things seemed kind of blurry because it was a long time ago. But kindergarten was an issue because we don't have the data. If you could scroll, can I scroll this?
Yes.
Perfect. Recommending that we hold off on traditional academy to 1st grade gives more equitable access to students because it gives students the opportunity to get into school and to get that foundational learning skills that they have, and then to truly be assessed and see where they are and get better teacher recommendations and things like that, which when they're coming into kinder, we don't have those recommendations. So we would prefer that model, and that's something principals have been kind of talking about for a little bit of time, hoping that that can happen. That would impact our current kindergartners, our current kindergarten teachers, and incoming kindergartner students. Now, this year they are experiencing a different kind of kindergarten because TA has been suspended somewhat for everyone. So, but what we were going to do originally this year anyways was give the schools the flexibility that they needed in order to take more time to assess students before assigning them to kindergarten TA. So we were going to give them the first few weeks of school up to 6 weeks. They'd have the kids in the classroom, they would assess them, then they could move kids around that as they saw fit and what they were looking for. And we do have a problem with some of our Title I schools don't get a demand for Title I. So for them picking students for the traditional academy at the beginning of the year is, it's just kind of not really based on data like we would like it to be. So basically we're just hoping that we could go forward with a recommendation to eliminate kindergarten from traditional academy, and in the program guide that we'll bring to you guys next month for approval, it would have the 1st through 5th grade. We have some of the data to support the recommendation, some of the kindergarten exit rates going back to 2017-18, and like 10 of them, and then into 1st grade, 18 of them. So we're just not sure that students are being, appropriately identified for the traditional academy and kindergarten. We'd like a chance to revamp that. We do want to continue to offer families the choice of having that program, so we would like to keep it first through fifth grade. That's kind of where we're at. So we're not really asking you to take any action tonight, but we're hoping, just wanted to get some input from you guys and some feedback to see if we bring the program guide to you without kindergarten in it, if that would be acceptable.
As a TA parent from when the program first started, as a parent, I'd be sad if my kindergartner couldn't have it. But putting that aside, I know I have heard a lot of feedback from teachers and principals at different schools about how they felt kindergarten was difficult. So I think that this is probably a good plan to move forward with, because we are having, like, teachers are seeing it being difficult, and they felt like first grade's a better start for that. So I would support this.
I agree, absolutely. That's the same feedback that I've gotten as well.
I agree. I think that having more time to assess, because this is a long-term program, it isn't just a year-to-year program. We want the kids in TA to remain in TA and potentially identify new students to add to TA as it goes from kindergarten through fifth grade. Waiting and getting more time to assess those skills, I think, is important for the long-term benefit as well. I have a question. With the current TA kindergarten teachers that next year will just be what we consider general education teachers, I'm assuming, will they go back to teaching the general education curriculum?
We would like that, yes.
Yes, so those teachers will just switch back to what they taught prior to traditional academy, just for kindergarten, and then they'll start that new program in first grade fresh.
Yes.
Okay, I understand. And what is the process for selection in first grade? Is it, I love the data-driven approach. I think that makes so much sense. You know, kindergarten and the testing prior to and all of that is very difficult, and probably the first experience some of these kids have had in a traditional school, and, you know, I can understand how that might be difficult. What is going to be the selection process? Is it just going to be student data, teacher recommendation? Is there parent input? What is going to be that sort of from kindergarten to first grade step? How does that process happen?
We'd like to utilize the same application process, which does involve student data, parent input, and, you know, obviously having the teacher input from kindergarten teacher, and having the opportunity to inform parents about what their program looks like. Whereas we don't really have that opportunity other than parents that are in the know and they hear and are ready and are going to get going. That's the equity piece that we feel is really important, is giving that option to parents that didn't know that that was there. So definitely involving the parent, like we do in that partnership, and saying, do you want to consider this for your child? Because parents have that choice and feel very strongly about the quality of education they get in both, whatever they choose. So we just want them to have that option, but we see the application still being very similar of the qualitative data as much as the quantitative.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. I think I think you've identified some of the challenges that we've continually had, and I think there's been enough years behind the program to see that if we can make these small changes, then we might see less movement between kids in kindergarten and first grade. And, you know, those younger grades, I'm assuming, like older, are very important in terms of keeping with your teacher and all of that kind of stuff. And if you're making movements, that's probably not what's best for kids. So I am on board as well. I think it's a great idea.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Can I ask one more question on that, Gina, before we move on, Ms. DeCoste? So you mentioned the Title I schools and how they don't have as much demand in kindergarten. Do we see that demand change in first grade and rising, or is it continually there's less demand for TA in our Title I schools?
Honestly, I'm not sure if the demand rises in first grade, but I think what Sarah brought up was a really good point, is giving the opportunity to inform the parents of the program and to encourage parents to have students that would qualify for that. So I think it could increase the demand by just informing parents, because like she said, when they're coming into kindergarten, it's if you know about it coming in, really, because you have to do it right away. So I think that's the piece that's important.
So, thank you. Board Member Moran, from my experience being at like Dreaming Summit, that was very difficult. It did improve when we added summer school, because we were able to recruit children during summer school time frame. But what we did was just kind of add as we got to know students. So I personally believe this will be a beautiful opportunity to enhance the opportunities for all those children, because teachers will definitely advocate for those children that they think that would be a really strong fit for that program.
Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And we'll move on to.
Did you have something else? No? Oh, you're moving on to the next one. Okay. No, I totally, I was like, oh, okay, great. You know what to do. You got this down. You're moonlighting here in your other board job. You're going to be up here for a while. 13B is the LASD Digital Learning Academy timeline for opening in the 21-22 school year.
So we wanted to give you guys, this came up at the last board meeting, so we wanted to give you guys an idea of what we have been thinking about and talking about, and just share that with you to get some input again, and to give you some ideas of how things will move along. We're going to kind of follow the TA process for this. It'll be on a similar timeline. So when we ask for TA recommitments for next year, or new commitments, we'll be asking, or for recommitments, we'll be asking for commitments from our current DLA, and then from new ones to commit to next year, so that we can get an idea for numbers, so that we can begin to work on staffing and things like that. We'll do fun stuff towards the end once we pick a principal, like branding and everything. We really don't know how big it's going to turn out. You know, once we go, if we decide to go back to in-person, which at some point in time, hopefully we have to, we don't know how many kids will want to stay in the Digital Learning Academy. So will it still be, 2,700, or will it go down to hundreds of kids, which either way I think would be great, because I think that the people that are going to choose that would be people that would choose an online program and leave the district anyways. So if we can continue to provide that quality programming, it would be a great, another choice and experience that parents could have. I don't know if you had any questions about the timeline, or if you had input that you wanted to add. I know there were some questions about some of the finances and what the cost of this would be. And one of the nice things is that we're using all of the district curriculum, which has a lot of online access. So obviously Wonders has all the online access, and then the Eureka Instinct map that we're using has the online access. So a lot of those things are district-wide. G Suite is free. Nearpod, I can't give you an exact cost on, because we did it district-wide this year, and it's per student, so it would be a fraction of the cost that it was this year. If we're like in brick and mortar and DLA, who knows where we'll be. Screencastify is another one that we use as a software program that I'd have to give you a cost on per student later. And we did buy a district license for Zoom. Teachers have the choice right now to use Google Hangouts or Zoom. So we'll evaluate that at the end of the year, and whether or not we continue with the Zoom, because we don't know how many teachers will need it. Will it be only our Digital Learning Academy? So would that be the only group of teachers that would have access to that? And then our Ed Tech instructional coach wrote a grant for 125 laptops to use as loaners for students that needed them. So right now, it's a requirement that you have your own laptop and you have good internet at home. But some of the things that we're considering keeping, to keep things equitable are having those resources for students that want to do it, but they don't have the ability to have a laptop, or families that don't have the 25 megabyte internet that they need. So could the district provide a hotspot for them and things like that? And those are kind of some of the unknowns until we know how many kids we're going to have.
I have a couple of questions, starting with, I don't have that document. The document that we have only goes to December. So
This is the only one I have.
the one that's in board docs only goes through December. It might just be a copy and paste error. I'm not sure. But anyway, if you could just email it to us or something, that would be great, so we can see the rest of it. That'd be awesome. And what is the plan, or the communication plan to current DLA students? I'm assuming that, right, we're still learning a lot, because we're sort of we were in sort of a crisis mode when we started DLA, and now we've had some probably really great learnings over the first quarter. Do you have plans to, sort of ask how they're doing before you do the recommitment, so that you can get maybe some thoughts and feelings or whatever from the parents and students that are doing that and kind of take that as part of your planning?
Yes, we do have a parent satisfaction survey that will be going out later this week. They wanted to do an open house, so the open houses and the curriculum nights across the district got delayed because of everything going on. So those are starting to happen either virtual, mostly virtually and things like that. So DLA will also be doing one, and they wanted to get that information out to parents first and get parents signed up for that without overloading parents. So that was yesterday or today they were getting that information, and then maybe the survey goes out tomorrow or Thursday. And then we were thinking over the weekend, 4 or 5 days to complete that. So we'll have data for you guys on parent satisfaction at the next board meeting, or I can send it in a Friday update after we get it.
Okay, great. And at this time, I know you mentioned the different platforms that you're using with Google and Nearpod and all that kind of stuff. Do you foresee like purchasing anything new? Or I don't mean just like the laptops and that kind of thing, but I mean an overall platform. I know there's probably a million different ones out there, but do you see us needing to move towards something like that? Or do you think we'll be good sticking with what we have and just sort of renewing the subscriptions of things we've already purchased?
We use Google Meets, or Google Suite, I should say, and it's free. It's not the best, but it works well for us right now. So we would like to continue that for next year. It wouldn't be a cost for next year, but it would be something that we would explore a couple of different learning management systems. It's called an LMS over the course of the next school year to decide if that's really the best one for us. Other districts use Canvas. There are other ones out there, none that we've heard like really great things about. So we really want to take some time to explore those and see. But teachers right now are very comfortable with Google. They've learned how to use it. So we don't want to make any major changes as we're rolling this out as its own school.
Okay. My last question, since you just brought up the teachers, is this year, right, we had 3 different models, right? Teachers got to choose for the most part where they wanted to go and where they fit best. Some of those DLA teachers will probably want to go back to their home campus. So of the ones where there'll be new job openings and people will apply for those positions as they would a new school, let's say, so they would transfer there from their home school. Teachers that are there now will have the opportunity to go back to their home school, or they will be DLA now?
We'll handle it district-wide like we handle inter-district transfers. So it'll be whether people go back to their own schools. We do a staffing survey. People kind of put where they want, and then we look at numbers, and then and I say we, but really I mean Wendy allocates staffing. And we just listen to her do it, and she allocates the staffing, and then sometimes we have to move teachers, sometimes teachers get to interview for the process. So it would be kind of like that, but we assume that some teachers are going to want to go back to the classroom. Some of them aren't loving Digital Learning Academy. Some needed it for health reasons, and then maybe they won't need that next year. So once we have the principal, then we would anticipate interviewing for those positions. Okay. But probably filling them from within the district if our enrollment especially continues to be down.
Right. Okay, I understand. Thank you.
I have a quick question, Kim. Do you mind if I go first? Gina, 2 quick questions as well. So I've had the pleasure of working in Google and in Canvas, and Google is so much easier than Canvas. Canvas is so back and forth. This is in a perfect world where we're opening up another school as another option for learning. This is not because of COVID needing the extra option, right? So in my experience with Primavera, which is the only one that I have because that's what my daughter used, we weren't provided any additional or even asked if we needed any additional internet support. It was kind of like if you're signing up with the understanding that you already have the tools necessary to do this. Are you saying, based on what you just said, that we would be offering people a bandwidth or a speed hotspot if they needed it, if they chose this digital academy?
I think so personally, just with the work that we're doing with the equity committee and opening doors for kids. I think if we said you have to have 20 megabytes of internet and you have to have your own computer, we just shut the door on about 60 kids that don't even have that option. And could we provide that option in an educational platform that would work for them and that they can excel at and learn at? That's something we have to think about.
Okay, well, that's a nice thing to offer people. That's what we're actually want to go. Thank you.
Okay, I have two questions. My first question is, as it currently stands, our DLA class sizes are a max of 30 per teacher. Was that number established I guess my question is, how was that number established? And will we revisit that before next year if any changes could or should be made to that?
We will revisit that, and I think Superintendent Gunning said earlier, so when Laura Combs, our ed tech director, was writing the AOI for that, that was something just kind of looking around the districts and around us, and then the online schools that are out there, what their class sizes were, just to kind of get an idea and shooting within that range. We will do a teacher satisfaction survey also, and obviously that's one of the questions on it, because it does, some of those classes do seem to be a lot for them, but one of the things in this current situation that we're in was helpful to have the DLA classes a little bit higher to bring down our in-person classes so that we could maximize the health and safety of the kids that were in person with physical distancing and things like that. So there are different considerations this year than there might be for next year.
Okay, and that really feeds into my second question, which Ms. Pauls might be the person to answer, which is, you read in the news things about like Primavera and some other online schools and how they're basically profitable and we don't run out of profit. And so is the way that those are profitable because of the high class size numbers versus having one teacher for that, the teacher student ratios, or are there other things that are happening there that contribute to that? And if you don't know, you can get back to me later. Okay.
I do believe one of the reasons for that is that they don't have a classroom setting like we do, and they don't have as much live interaction with the teacher as we do. They have a teacher that monitors students and is responsible for helping students with certain subjects, but not necessarily having that live interaction with an entire class. But that's only one piece I know for sure.
And we wouldn't have that. So I guess my thought behind that is, would we really want the opposite? Instead of maxing out these classes to teacher bandwidth, if you will, would we want to consider this being more of a boutique offering where parents who want a smaller class size, as long as we break even or, get to the point that we were paying for it ourselves, that's kind of a different angle that I don't know that anyone's put on this. So just food for thought with that, just thinking out loud as we're having this conversation.
No, but you're right. It is looking at, we know what class size and how many kids fund a teacher.
Yeah.
Now when you're doing an AOI, you're getting 95% of the funding for those students, not 100% of the funding. So how many kids in an AOI class actually funds a teacher's salary and benefits and retirement and all those things that go into hiring a teacher? So we don't have that exact number for you, but we will.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? And this will come back to us, correct? I know this timeline is just now, but we'll be having additional, as you get survey data, as you do other things, whether it's for any updates or additional meetings, so, correct?
So the plan is to, if you have further questions or anything else you want to talk about, we could do it at a November study session, or we're working on the digital learning program guide. We could bring a draft to that to you for input. Maybe, I don't know if we'll have it by November 8th. I hate to say that, but Laura and I and Marlene are working on that right now.
I would like a study session if we could have one. I think that would be good for us to discuss, because class size will matter and that and all that stuff. So I feel like it'd be a good idea for us to do that.
Okay. So we could plan a study session in November. And that's on the timeline, so it was just a question I wasn't sure about.
Okay, that's the November 10th date.
Do you have that already on the calendar, Amy? No.
Oh, that's our regular governing board meeting, okay. Okay, so we'll just need to plan a separate session in November, okay. Okay, any other questions or comments before we move on?
Great. Moving on to item 13C, discussion of the 21-22 school year calendar.
Okay, so what you have in front of you is 3 different samples, and I wouldn't even say they're drafts, but they're different things that over the course of the last year and a half, we've gathered information from different committees, and I outlined some of that for you. And there's just some different things that people like. They wanted, well, I think they wanted some consistency with our early release days. Sometimes, you know, the possibility in the future of having a weekly early release. Talking with Superintendent Gunning and the rest of the cabinet and the principals, we're just not ready for that. We have students coming in this year, you know, lower than they kind of come in the past, and we don't want to miss any more time from school by taking a weekly early release. So we kept those days the same as we've had on our calendars before. There's 10 of those on every calendar. You know, and the biggest difference really between the calendars comes down to the start date and how we start. So some of the feedback we got from principals and teachers, like overwhelmingly loved the staggered start when we started with the hybrid model, and they have half a class of their, you know, their K2 kids and then their 3-5 kids and things like that. They really got to know and teach each group. Monday, they taught the A kids all the rules, and Tuesday they did, and it just really smoothed into that. That's something that Wendy's been looking into for us, and Kim Savage, and we don't think financially that's going to be feasible for us. There's just not a way to work around 180 days and be able to stagger kids in, because you really can't count the kids until you have them all on campus. So say on Monday we have half the kids, then the other half might have to be marked absent. That's the guidance we're getting right now, and that's something that we don't think. So when you're looking at the financial impact on the district, we don't want there to be any financial impact. So trying to fix the calendar that provides professional development time, consistency in learning patterns for our kids, and then you know, consistency with our families, because we share with Agua Fria, that's our feeder district. We typically align to their calendar, and Avondale aligns to, you know, we all 3 of us align calendars. So when there's time off and things like that, families can be together without having any issues. So you asked for kind of a graph of the differences, and you can see the differences really being that staggered start time, which we may or may not be able to do. Or the other thing they said was, if we couldn't do a staggered start time, could we start midweek? And a lot of districts do that. The teachers come back like on a Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday, then the kids start, they're there for 2 days, and then they have the weekend, and then they're back on Monday. And all that does with our financial impact does push everything back 3 days. And the con to that is that it misaligns us with Agua Fria, but it's only by 3 days. The kids are at home Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or even we could start on Wednesday. I just picked Thursday. And then we would go 3 days later than Agua Fria. So that's the midweek start, which is sample C. So I really just wanted to share with you the feedback that we've gotten and what that looks like when we put it all together on a calendar. Everybody really likes the later parent-teacher conference dates. That has been a request that we've had in the past. We got that request last year. This year, they're right before Christmas break. So some of the principals said, well, can we wait and see how that goes? Maybe we want to be that late every year, or maybe next year we do October. And if that doesn't work as well, then we could look at December for the following year. I don't have the exact answers for that. But again, just looking for input from you guys before we bring a calendar to you for approval.
I have a question. So if you have a midweek start, does that change the contract days for teachers in the sense they start at the same time, but they just have additional prep days that go into that? Or no, they would just start later? They would still have the 3 days. It just would start Friday, Monday, Tuesday, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or whatever, if they were to start midweek.
They would start later. We would do our new teacher orientation, 2 days the same, and then the next 3 would be all teachers. And then we wouldn't extend the training days like we did this year. We did that especially because of all the online training that they needed.
Okay. And what is the difference between in sample A, B, and C for the open houses? Like sample A is a virtual open house, sample B is traditional. Does that have anything to do with the dates, or those are just different options?
Different options, so different
Okay.
people like different things. Some of them really loved the virtual open house, and then someone else had an idea because they had their virtual open houses, but some of our schools did like a one-on-one with kindergarten, like a 10 or 15 minute one-on-one, physically distanced with masks, all safety precautions in place. And they also really liked that. So that was a suggestion was, well, could we have kindergartners come in and new students, and then everyone that's returning could do theirs virtually. And then in middle school, 6th graders could go onto the campus and have their open house, but 7th and 8th graders, if they're returning students, they would be virtual. So just putting some different ideas out there. And I think some of it makes sense for families too, because not every family looks forward to going to open house. It's like one of those obligatory things that you do because you feel like you have to, but you've been in the school for 5 years, you know the teachers already, you do those things, but you do them for your kids. So I don't know, I don't have a preference on that. I think it's what everybody else wants, what's best for the schools and the kids.
Yeah, I have some feedback on that portion in particular, the open house portion. So for me, I think, even if you've been at the school for 5 or 6 years, you don't know all the teachers unless you're in TA, your teacher's going to be for the next year. So I personally really value that initial connection of parent with teacher that's in person and not virtual, because I feel like it's important for the parents' sense of peace of mind and security for them to go into the classroom when possible, that their child is going to be spending hours upon hours in. And so we don't get a lot of opportunities to do that, and open house is one of those rare chances. So for me, I really value that. So I would be sad to see us go to the virtual route. I think it would be great to do more customized, because oftentimes you go to open house and maybe there's 3 kids there in that 15 minutes that you're there, and then no one's there for 15 minutes. So maybe doing some sort of scheduling, might be a way to better utilize that time. And then the people who didn't want to come wouldn't have to come. And so maybe overall the time spent from teachers would actually be less, because if we use Sign Up Genius to schedule like we do for parent-teacher conferences for the open house, you would have that time to connect with those who want to, but then you wouldn't feel obligated to be there if it wasn't needed.
Sure.
I have similar feelings about the virtual open house, especially because that's a great time for parents to get connected to your PTAs or your PTOs. It's a great chance to get your spirit stuff for your kids, to get your stuff for like their lockers when they're in middle school and their PE uniforms, and set up lunch accounts and things with the nurse. So I feel like you're going to lose all that. And I would hate to see that go away too. I do like the idea of signing up for times, just because you would know you have that time for a minute. Because, I have a special needs daughter, so I would want to go in and take my kid into a classroom and just have her be in that classroom before it's the first day of school and there's everybody there to feel comfortable. So I think there's a lot of parents with that. And I agree, like that's where your kids are going to spend their time. So we want to feel like I feel good leaving my kid here and trusting this person with my child.
Dan?
Yes, go ahead.
I agree with the starting in the middle of the week for sure, Gina. We've gotten just one email feedback from one teacher saying that they like that more if you're looking for what your staff is looking at. I would like to point out, however, that on calendar C, if you could move the teacher conferences to that Monday, Tuesday, that would open up that Wednesday where it's not a late night for students, it's not a late night for the teachers. They're able to kind of put everything together in a last minute before the start of the school on the 5th. As far as the virtual, we're putting open house schedule from 4 to 6. Is it possible that maybe from 6 to 6:30, there's a 30-minute virtual opportunity for people that may not have the time to come in, they're still traveling, extenuating circumstances, everybody's become so much more digitally savvy now, that a quick 30-minute, hey guys, sorry you weren't here, this is what our classroom looks like, here's what your expectations can be. So it's really feeding the best of both worlds. But definitely having that time off the one day before, I know as a teacher that would be great for myself
Can you tell me again, so at the beginning, so saying we started,
So on calendar C,
okay,
you have it mentioned that the middle schools and the White Tanks Learning Center would have the Tuesday, August 3rd, from 4 to 7 open house.
okay. Mhm.
Change that to the 2nd. And then for the elementary schools and Belen Soto, Dorado Heritage, change that to August 3rd.
So that's the first day teachers come back.
On here, that is correct, that is the first day that teachers come back. I see what you're saying. Maybe if there's some way you can just clear up a little bit of space for not such a late night the day before school starts.
Right, right.
Finagling that some way. And I don't know, are they split because it's just easier that way, or because of students that are multi-children, some in elementary school, some in the middle
Split for
schools?
families with multiple children.
Mhm.
Okay, so.
Well, there's a way to work around that. That would be ideal.
Or could we alternate every year? So one year we have the middle schools who have it the day before school starts, and the next year the elementaries have it the day before. So at least they're alternating in terms of open house, because there are a lot of families that are going to have students in multiple schools over multiple grades. So having them all in one night might be very difficult in terms of traveling everywhere. But if the concern is that, staying out late, not just for the families, but the teachers have to be there on campus that whole time, maybe just alternating every year to say, middle school is going to be the night before, then elementary is going to be we tend to always have a middle school first, I think, so.
And we do that
Maybe that's for a reason.
intentionally because they have so many scheduling issues. So they really need the next day to get all of the schedules aligned and get all of the kids back in order so that when they come in on the first day, all of their schedules are set. That seems to be the biggest issue with middle school.
Okay.
And that's why traditionally we've done it that way. We can have that conversation with middle
To
school.
put them earlier so they have a little bit more time before that first day. No,
And their
I
schools
understand.
are larger.
Yeah, no, I know middle school scheduling is very complicated, so I understand.
Do you think that teachers would be inclined to do a 4 to 7 and still have that extra day open?
So
If it was
you're-
all on one day?
If you did 3 hours and assuming that families had enough time to go from one to the other, possibly, that's a good option.
Are we concerned about kids not coming back from Memorial Day weekend? If we're gonna go extend our time, then we'll be going to school.
Yeah, we're out way before Memorial Day weekend. So we would come back on Monday and then that following week is Memorial Day. So we're out really early next year.
I am going to express a dissenting opinion that I am not in favor of the midweek start because of my experience of having children at multiple schools. I'm not in favor of the midweek start. I'm not in favor of us going 3 days longer than Alfrea. So is there a way to change the days off that we have throughout the year so that we could start midweek and still end at the same time? I think that would be the best of both worlds. But I personally am not in favor of us going 3 additional days past when Alfrea lets out of school because of my personal experience with having children in multiple schools.
And we wonder how families would feel about that. We do, technically, we could take 2 days out of our calendar, the Fridays before the long weekends, which we did for professional development though, but we have so little professional development time for our teachers. Those 10 days, 10 half days during the school year, account to 2 to 3 hours at a time tops. And so those full days are just so valuable that I know that the teachers and the principals would not want to lose those.
So tell me again the advantage of the Thursday start.
I personally haven't experienced a midweek start, and it doesn't have to be Thursday. It could be Wednesday. It could even be Tuesday. I looked at other calendars around us. Some people some start on Monday, some start Tuesday, some start Wednesday, some start Thursday. But it gives the teachers the chance to get back into their classrooms and actually have kind of like a dry run for 2 days, and then the weekend to refresh, and then Monday to really hit it.
Does calendar B follow Agua Fria's calendar?
This calendar does, and the one thing that Agua Fria does that we do not do is their April break. So we've traditionally tried to make an early release fall on that day for the convenience of our families, and it does fall on that day in all 3 of those calendars in April. But otherwise, yes, it does.
Well, at least calendar B does have the open house with a break over the weekend. Correct? Just do it at that time.
Is there any compromise, just going to Kim's point, where we maybe started on Wednesday instead of Thursday? We started one day earlier, we took 1 day of professional development away instead of 3, and we made up the days that way. Is it, I'm not trying to make this like a pick and choose, I'm just saying if the midweek start is important, could we maybe take and modify the midweek a little bit and then modify some of the other things to make up those 3 days so that we can still end on the same day?
We can take that back and talk to teachers and principals about that.
Okay, I mean, I'm not saying that's the end all be all, I'm just saying maybe
But
there's.
it is kind of a question, so which would you rather? If you had to do this, would you rather start in the middle of the week and give up 2 full days of professional development, or keep our traditional calendar and not give up any days? It's kind of what you're asking. Am I hearing you right?
Well, yeah, I mean, yes, I mean, I think if our goal and priority is to sort of end with the other schools in our area, so that parents are, the last day of school is the last day of school. I think, working backwards, the question is, if the recommendation from the district and from principals and teachers is to have a midweek start, because that works a little smoother, right? You kind of get your classroom stuff out of the way, and then they're ready to start that following Monday. Those days have to come from somewhere. So I guess it's what's more important to the district. Is it the midweek start and kind of allowing teachers to start that way, or is it the other days that you're going to have to give up? I don't feel that I can answer that question for you.
I know. I just want to make sure that I take it back correctly. But I do have another thing that would work, that wouldn't count against days, would be starting on a Monday and having half days. I mean, how do you feel about that? Because that would also give that kind of ease into it. I think it may be chaotic. It may not even be an option that principals and teachers like, but it would.
On the first day of school, you mean?
Yeah.
Starting those days? Okay.
The first, say the first 2 days of school are half days, that could be an option. Some districts actually do that. They do half days the first week of school. Some of them that I looked at, I have a stack of calendars from across the state, but that's an option that's out there too, so.
Okay, so I have one other idea, which would be, if we're truly trying to align with Agua Fria's calendar, so let's say that we took for example, Martin Luther King weekend Friday or President's Day Friday, and made that a school day as opposed to an in-service day. What if we moved those in-service days to that stub period in May, so that teachers could then take the end of the year to assess where they've been, begin planning for the next year, and do some CPEs? I mean, if it's that important that a midweek start is worth that, then is it worth them coming back to continue to get that professional development time in at the end of the year?
So you're adding a cost because you're adding 2 days to the teacher. You're giving the kids 2 days, but you're adding 2 days to the teacher contract. So you'd have to pay all of the teachers.
Or were you saying get out early, the children get out early and the last 2 days of school are in-service days?
Yeah, I think that so I'm saying moving those first teacher in-service days, what am I saying? I thought I had a plan here.
You're saying take away the Fridays.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take away those 2 Fridays, The students would be there, but then the students wouldn't be there. So I'm saying just exchange those days, exchange those 2 days. So start on a Wednesday, and then exchange the 14th of January and February 18th for the 24th and 25th of May.
The only thing that I would not recommend that is because that's when we get the heart of our data. And that's when we start the real push towards our end of the year with all of our, we're getting back our mid-year data. And that's when they're finalizing all of their interventions and pushes for that. So they start that, and then they're doing their final pushes in February before AZM 2.
And it still adds 2 days to the teacher contract.
Okay, I just want to clarify, the last day of school, on this document, it says it's the 22nd, but that's a Sunday. But then the calendar says the 20th. So we're talking about the 20th would be for sample A and B, and then the 25th, that would be the 23rd, 24th, 25th, would be those extra 3 days we're talking about. Is that correct?
So May 20, you're saying May 24th and 25th?
I'm just clarifying, on this document right here that like compares all of them, it says the last day of school is May 22nd. I'm just clarifying that should be May 20th, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then the 3 extra days in between sample A and B and sample C is that last week in May, which is the 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure those are the extra days. Okay.
I think if you want to align with Agua Fria, calendar B is better. It's not quite so bam. If you want to start midday, then the C works.
Maybe we'll compromise with playing around with some half days. Because we have plenty of minutes built into our day. We know that our minutes are long enough, but we are still required by law to have 180 days regardless of how many minutes we have in our calendar.
Okay. I will also say I definitely like the idea of later teacher conferences, just as a parent who's been through many of these, because sometimes it does feel like they haven't spent enough time with the kids yet. And so I definitely appreciate that. And I agree with, let's start with October this year. And then if we feel like we need to push it back to, before Thanksgiving or something, later on to get even more data, that might be a good idea as well to revisit.
Before we move on, I just want to recap really quickly because I think this might be helpful just because we've said a lot of different things. So in terms of priorities, because that's what it's going to come down to, you can't make all of this work, right? I mean, there's just too many things. So in terms of priority, it sounds to me, and you guys chime in if I'm wrong, aligning with Agua Fria and ending on the 20th is a priority, is important. Whether that means modifying the schedule or the teacher in service days or whatever to get that seems to be important. Offering some version of a traditional open house, even if a virtual option is offered. It sounds like that is a priority here. I do agree with that also, not just for new students, but some parents, it might be the only time they're ever on campus to see their kids' classroom. So if we can offer that. Also, another priority was potentially giving some more breathing room between the open house and the first day of school. So if it's possible to do them all on the same day or something else, maybe that seems like that might be a good idea if we're able to create that. Any other priorities that I missed for Gina? I just want to clarify that for you because we said a lot of stuff and I know we can't get everything. So at least if we prioritize those things, you can work backwards and go from there. Is there anything else, guys, before we wrap this up? No? Okay. Gina, do you feel like you have what you need from us?
I really appreciate your feedback. Thank you so much.
Okay.
And I don't know, Kristen, when you do your feedback later?
Okay, moving on to item 13D, and this is stipend for covering class. I'm not sure if this is going to be Wendy Qualls or Principal Casillas. You guys are going to tag team? All right.
Alrighty, thank you. Good evening, Madam President, members of the governing board. Superintendent Gunning. Wendy and I are here tonight to talk about offering stipends for covering classes. And so I just wanted to take a couple of minutes and kind of talk about where this work came from. This summer, I was part of the subcommittee that examined the roadmap for reopening, and our subcommittee was supporting teachers, and Elaine, you were there with us. And one of the obstacles that we looked at when examining the roadmap is covering classes when we don't have guest teachers available. And that sometimes happens. We know that. It tends to happen a little bit more in middle school, especially if it's a last minute opening. And so the typical plan pre-pandemic would have been to split classes. And we know now that that's not going to be safe. It's not going to be safe for students to be mixing cohorts. It'll add additional children to classrooms. So one of the ideas that the committee talked about was finding a way to, instead of, if we didn't have a guest teacher, instead of splitting the classroom, the idea would be that we would have teachers cover, if they were willing, during their prep, and we would stipend them for that. And this would prevent adding additional children to classrooms. This would keep cohorts together, following all of those safety guidelines. So that is the consideration, that's the recommendation. And so I'm going to let Wendy talk about the logistics and the financial impact. Do you want this?
So I did look at our absences from the beginning of school this year. We had requests for 273 substitutes, and 73 of those were not filled. So whether that was a late request, or we also had some of our guest teachers that were hesitant to take an assignment because initially they just knew there was an opening or something available. They didn't know if they would be teaching distance learning, hybrid, in person. So there was a little hesitancy to accept an assignment. So Gina has worked with HR and the principals and teachers and come up with a plan for them to put that information into the ASOP program so that when a guest teacher is looking at an open assignment, they know whether it would be a DLA, hybrid, or in-person assignment. So that has helped a little bit. But we also anticipate when we're back to 5 days, we're going to have a need for even more substitutes. So currently, there's approximately 6 guest teachers needed each day. Back in the normal days, that was over 40. So we know there's going to definitely be the need. So we just like to have a plan and process to help cover these classes and compensate our teachers for taking additional time with students during their prep period. Yeah, overall, looking at the budget, I think it's still going to be lower cost than last year just because we've started out the year with so few requests. If we go back a year where we had no pandemic, there was approximately 700 days that weren't covered, so that would be about $85,000. So, but what we'd like to recommend is to take into consideration for next board meeting that the stipend would begin when we return to 5-day, and it would just be during the pandemic time. And it would be paid probably quarterly, not with every pay period. That's just too much data for our payroll ladies to try to process. So it would probably be a quarterly payment.
Do you have an idea of what that stipend would be? I'm for this. This is exactly what we do in the high school. Anytime anybody covers a prep, whether we're in a pandemic or not, they are given $20 a day per class that they cover. Is that about what you're thinking, the coverage would be?
So the pay for a guest teacher is $100 plus their benefit associated with that. So we were looking at splitting the $100. So if there were 5 periods, it would split to be $20 per period.
What about that same? Yep, this is exactly what I think we'll do, regardless of pandemic or not.
But in our case, we're just asking for this through the pandemic, and then we would expect to go back to our normal guest teacher rates.
For right now, yes, that's what we'd like to do. That might be something along the way that we look at and see if that helps. I know our vendor that provides our guest teacher is actively recruiting, trying to find more folks for us too. So just something to monitor through the rest of the year.
How many guest teachers do we currently have?
I didn't ask her that. When I asked, they said it was similar to last year. Jody, do you have, Superintendent Gennick, do you have an idea?
I'm just trying to get an idea. If you said you had 273, those are specific days. And last year we had a higher fill rate than we do this year. I'm just wondering how many less substitutes we have this year so that I understand what the gap is.
So when I asked about the number, we have the same pool, the same number of pool, and they are recruiting more people. It's just the hesitancy to accept those positions right now.
Okay, so we have the same number of substitutes. Is there, I know there's been some training that has happened. Is that required, or any substitute that's been a substitute before can just log in, and if they are willing, they can go?
So what we did was we offered additional training. So we did training, I believe there was 10 subs before school started, and then we just trained another 16 because of that hesitancy of people are either really comfortable with just in person, right? Because that's what they're comfortable with. Or they're comfortable with in person, but they're not comfortable yet to return because of the pandemic. So we just kind of got stuck in that quandary. But what we did find is that when we opened it up to offer additional training for if they would be able or willing to do hybrid and online, then we had 16 people attend the training to try to help. I think that's the difficulty right now, is just having 3 models and being in a pandemic. So it's like there's multiple competing factors of why people would jump in or not.
Okay. I had another question, but I can't remember. Melissa, you had a question?
So, I mean, I understand, I can visualize how this works in a middle school setting, but can you explain to me how it would work at the elementary school?
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not an elementary girl, but I think I can answer that. So even in the elementary model, if a 5th grade team has a prep period from 1 o'clock to 1:30, and there was a 2nd grade teacher who was out, they could go down to that classroom and cover that classroom. So it can work in an elementary setting. Now, they might not be able to cover the entire day. At middle school, we might not be able to cover the entire day. If that can't happen, instructional coaches, student advisors, extra support staff would be used in those classrooms, because we know that we can't split right now. It's just impossible to do. It's not safe. But by allowing teachers to come down during their prep, it does free up those instructional coaches, those advisors to go out and do their duties to maintain safety and cleaning protocols and everything on campuses. So it could work in the elementary setting, just they would have to go down to a different grade level and teach that period. So we'll call that a period, even though elementary doesn't necessarily have periods, we would consider that a period that they would get paid for. So $20 for that period.
You can also consider using your classified specials teachers. If they're capable of holding the whole class within their room, then they should have the same affordability to go into the classroom with the stipend.
I don't know, did we talk about, we just talked about the certified teachers, so the certified teachers that are covering class.
But if you don't have certified teachers to cover that, and you have, let's say, an art teacher that does have a prep time to cover that class, something to consider. Just think about it. I mean, you're leaving them responsible for a whole classroom when they come to their class. So no reason why they couldn't take on that coverage as well.
Well, but having a classified person, when you hire a substitute, it's a replacement for a certified teacher. So there's different qualifications between classified and certified. So I don't know that that's really an even swap, would just be my discussion for that.
For the 40 minutes that they're needed.
Well, then the argument would be, why even hire a substitute? Why not just? No, I'm just saying in general, if we're saying we don't need a certified teacher in a classroom, that's a totally different discussion.
When classified art teachers go into the classroom to present their daily specials during hybrid, or when we go back to full day, are the certified teachers staying in the classroom with them? Probably not.
No, but that's not what I'm saying. Like, you're saying have a classified person
Teacher only.
take over for a certified, during which we would normally have a certified teacher in that place. We're not talking about the normal times during the day that that person is doing their prescribed job. So I would just say, for me, I don't feel like that's an equal swap. So I don't know. I think we should start with the highest qualified person to fill the original teacher's role. And that really should be how that's done, personally.
Personally, hear you.
Question, you mentioned having instructional coaches and student advisors and, other staff that's on the campus. So I just want to make sure I understand the process really of guest teachers, how that works. So right now we have, sounds like maybe 25 or 30 guest teachers. So as of right now, something goes up in the system, 30 people are notified that this job is open, they get to decide. Yes, I want to take it, no, I don't. No one fills the role, and does then, if the teacher still obviously has to be absent, the role is not picked up. So what as a principal, what steps do you go through? Like, do you say, okay, behavior coach, you have to be the substitute today, or I have to be in there, or whatever? I guess what I'm getting at is I don't think this is a bad idea overall. What I do think is that teachers need their prep time. I mean, we hear that consistently. And so I think incentivizing teachers to not take their prep time is a bad precedent. I'm not sure that we want to go down that road because, I'm not saying $20 or $25 is a lot of money, but with 273 sub days and 75 spots unfilled, I mean, that's a lot of time that's, these teachers are going to miss. And that's going to be in a middle school setting, that could be 4 or 5 teachers in a day, right? So that's, are we exhausting all of the possibilities of other certified staff that don't have a class that day? I'm not saying they don't have another job, of course they do, but it would be better maybe for students to have one consistent person in the classroom than 5, and teachers losing their prep time. Is that part of the process currently?
So that's how my day started this morning. So, teacher out, and yes, every site tackles it a little bit differently. So the principal will work with instructional coach, office manager to sit down and get a game plan together. We did that this morning as a team. I think we would always try to put student advisors, instructional coaches that had free periods available in the classroom. My assistant principal taught PE today. And that's what we do. But if there are times where due to lunch duties and things not working out, we may not be able to always get that coverage. And so in situations like that, we might split a class, and those are the times where we want to make sure that we know we can't split classes. If we can't get a body in there to cover, we want to make sure that we want to avoid that split. We want to compensate teachers if they have to give up their prep. We would always try to avoid asking teachers to give up prep to cover somebody else's class. But in the event that they should have to, or they're willing to, that's where the compensation would come in.
Think about the compensation for covering the period for the prep. Is they aren't going to not prep. They're going to do that they're going to do that in the evening. So they're really being compensated for that extra hour that they're working in the evening.
And instructional coaches and student advisors, we're not talking about that. They don't have a prep per se. So this would just be those certified teachers that would then have to prep at another time.
Yeah, absolutely. I understand. I think for me, the priority would be, that would be the Plan C, right? Obviously, I think we need to continue to recruit substitutes. We pay ESI to do that. They should, I realize we're in a pandemic, so I'm asking for a lot. I totally understand that. But I think I guess what I don't want to do is say, well, now we can do this, so we're going to rely on our teachers to pick up the slack, because I want to make sure that we are still going down the road of whether it's training or whatever we need to do with the substitutes to do that and make sure that every substitute is offered every job, whatever we need to do to communicate to get that, that process working. and make sure that anyone else on campus that is able to take that role is doing that before we ask teachers to do this, because I agree with you, teachers are going to do it. I mean, of course they are. We don't have any other choice. And I don't have any problem compensating for them for that. I just don't want that to be now the rule. I want that to be the exception to the rule when we have to, so.
Yeah, so temporary during the pandemic, and with the idea and the thought process that as principals go through this process, they would try to cover any periods that they can with staff that they have that are not tied to a classroom, those additional staff members. And then keep in mind, it's obviously optional, right? So if a teacher, you know, the absence that we tried to cover was very last minute, and those tend to be the ones that go uncovered, you know, teachers can say, this is not a good day for me. You know, I don't want to cover, I need this prep today, or I have a parent meeting or an IEP to attend. And so it would just be for those that are volunteering, that are willing to say, I can help my school family by covering this so that we don't have to split a class, and I'm willing to do my prep time in the evening.
Okay. Any other comments or questions tonight? Okay, so the next steps here, this is an information only tonight. Next step is there'll be specific criteria coming back for us to vote next time? Yes? Okay, wonderful. Thank you guys both very much. We appreciate it. Okay, we are going to skip over action item 14A. We did not have any items removed from the consent agenda this evening. So we will move on to 14B, which is to approve revisions to the attendance boundaries for Glen Soto. And the areas moved will be split between Scott Libby, Verado, and Verado Middle. Mr. Sims, good evening.
Good evening, Governing Board President Clymer, members of the Governing Board, Superintendent Cunning. I come to you tonight with our proposal for boundary revisions. Let's see. Sorry, Tommy. You're good, Stevie. All right. I come to you with our proposal for boundary revisions for Glen Soto Elementary School for the remainder of the 2021 school year. For the last couple of years, we have had a district growth committee that meets about once a month. Actually, it's been once a month lately. Before it was about once every other month. We started meeting every month. Superintendent Gunning, Gina DeCoste, Wendy Claw, Shelley Hornbeck, Dan Anson, and I make up the committee. Kim Savage, our director of student information, also joins us to keep us up to date with numbers as well. The recommendation is to revise our current attendance boundaries for Glen Soto effective for the remainder of the 2020-21 school year. This aligns with our strategic plan with student success by ensuring an ongoing district-wide student-centered focus, our service pillar to provide an environment where all students, staff, and families feel emotionally and physically safe. It does impact student success. It mitigates the overcrowding of Glen Soto Elementary. We did just open that campus, and the numbers are higher than what we would like to see. It allows for better balanced class sizes at Glen Soto and our other campuses, and increases resources for the students. And this way we can utilize other campuses where our numbers aren't as high. There is no significant financial impact to this. The biggest impact is just staff time to implement this process. Currently, there are no families or residents that live within the areas recommended for the revision for boundaries. That's another reason why we're bringing it to you now, so we are not disrupting any families that have already moved in to the neighborhoods. The purpose is to mitigate that overcrowding at Glen Soto Elementary School. The timeline for implementation, in September, we met at a governing board study session for information and to ask the direction from the board as what they wanted the committee to look at and come up with. September 29th, the growth committee met discussing what happened at the study session to move forward with our recommendation. Tonight, we present to you what our recommendation is for the proposal boundary changes, and then if it is passed by the governing board, the boundary revisions would go into effect for the remainder of the school year starting tomorrow. Included is a construction map, the current construction map for our district. We went over this in our study session in September. The yellow is the proposed areas of construction for residential. The green is currently active, and the blue is what we know is going to be coming as well. So those are the three main areas that we have when we look at the growth committee for our construction. The next map that you're going to see is our district map by grid number. So when you look at the proposals and the recommendations, you see us refer to areas like 26, 27, 34A, 34B. I wanted to make sure we added in here how we break that down so you can see where the areas are for the grid numbers also. This map is our current kindergarten through 5th grade boundary map. The dark green that you see is the current area that is slated for Belen Soto Elementary for kindergarten through 5th grade. The blue is the dark blue, royal blue is the Scott Libby boundary, and the light blue is the Verado Elementary. Those are three campuses that will be affected with the proposal. The next slide is the proposed boundary map with the recommendation for Belen Soto. Verado Elementary is now in the royal blue, Scott Libby is in the yellow. What we're doing is taking some areas from Belen Soto to move to Scott Libby and Verado, again, to alleviate that overcrowding or the higher numbers at Belen Soto. This is our current 6th through 8th grade boundary map. Again, the dark green is the Belen Soto boundary area. The yellow is Verado Middle School. Those are the two campuses that would be impacted by this proposal. And then this is the proposed boundary map for 6th or 8th grade with the recommendations. We are proposing to move areas 3A, 3B, 12A, 12B, 24C, and 24D to Verado Elementary School and Verado Middle School. I'm proposing also to move area 36B to Scott Libby Elementary and Verado Middle School. And then area 25B to Scott Libby and Verado Middle School. Again, these areas do not have any current residents in them right now. And I will be happy to answer any questions that you have.
I will start. I have one question. I don't know if you have the grid map, anyway, just so others can see it, but in the area 24A, can you explain why you chose to put that at Verado Elementary School, but then move it back to Belen Soto for middle school?
That was a decision that was made when we did our boundary changes before Belen Soto opened. In the original proposals, 24A was aligned to go to Belen Soto to match with the high school boundaries. When we did our parent feedback, parents in that neighborhood overwhelmingly asked to stay at Verado Elementary because that's where they had been. So as a board and as a committee, we recommended to keep them at Verado Elementary for K-5 and then move them to 6-8, so they were aligned for 6 through 12 with the high school boundary.
Okay. So that's going to be, I mean, obviously the people at the time that requested that, that might not be that might not be the same choice for people that are currently living there or will live there 5 years from now, right? I mean, because they, right, I mean, if we, you understand what I'm saying, right? I mean,
Yes,
that's a very limited, right, choice at that time because their kids were already there and we were moving them.
Correct.
Okay.
And the decision from the board and the committee last year was because of the parent feedback to stay there. It's been 2 years since we did our last meeting.
2 or 3 years.
Yeah, mine's going at this age. 2 years, I believe, and you're correct. It could be different now for the current, and you look 3, 4 years down the road, people would ask, why are we over here not with this alignment? We're never going to get it perfect.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Question, comments?
from the group? I'm sure other people might have questions. I don't have any questions. I just want to say thank you for getting this done so quickly. Like, we just talked to you a few weeks ago and you got it done so we can move on. So I think it's great.
Our routing program allows me to do a lot of this on the fly, which is absolutely amazing.
Don't be modest, you did great.
No.
Okay, Tommy, Mr. Sims, I have to ask this. So tell me more about 25B. 25B is giving me heartburn here. So tell me why that sticks out to me like a sore thumb and why that makes sense for us to approve that to jump over other boundaries, please.
And Board Member Moran, I knew that was going to be the question because it is that bright yellow and all the green for elementary. That area is a new residential development from Mary Homes. They are right now have opened 60 lots. They're planning about 150 lots right now. I got to talk to Mary Kay today. They're looking at doing another 30 lots, kind of repurposing. They're going to the county for that. Since there is no one there yet, the idea was to move them to Scott Libby, so to continue that lower number at Belen Soto, because there is still so much more growth that is already at Belen Soto, or areas of students that are going to Soto that still have more growth coming that are already established, and it was just to even that out. A lot of these together for this proposal for recommendation was looking forward to when and if we went to that next school site that we talked about during our study session, to help align easier so we're not having neighborhoods jump from this school to this school and then to a new school. It is something that we can revise if you are not happy about. I would expect we're probably going to get, there's 160 homes, there'll be 80 students, and of that 80, we could look at 50 of them elementary and maybe 30 middle school from that neighborhood.
Yeah, so for me, it feels temporary to me. And I know that we have an idea that we're going to build another school, and that will kind of redraw the boundaries of that entire area that's being impacted. Not only that, just basically kind of that whole northern part that's nothing's there, especially like the part that's now we're taking to Verado Elementary School, like reallocating that when we have a new school there. But my question is, or my concern is, what if that takes longer than we think? And then in the meantime, we end up changing something else, and then this pocket goes to Belen Soto for a while, and then it goes to the new school for a while. The pockets make me nervous in this area, because also as someone who's looking to potentially buy a home there, I'm not expecting that pocket to not be at Belen Soto. And I don't know how forthcoming builders are, and I know we can't take responsibility for that, but it just doesn't align for me. And if you told me there were going to be 200 kids or 300 kids coming out of that neighborhood, I would say, okay, that's going to be an issue overall. And maybe even at the number, 80 kids, maybe that is going to be an issue. But when is that going to be an issue? And is that something that's a must do with 25B is really my question.
I think 75 students added to Belen Soto, especially when we're back to typical capacity, is a lot. That's another 100 students added on to what typically they were sitting at over 900 at that time. Though I know that it is.
But wait, just to be sure, there's no students there now, and that 75 is over time. I mean, it's not like 75 kids are just going to show up. I mean, 5 kids are going to show up, and then 7 kids are going to show up, right? I mean, but there's no one there yet.
But we also are finishing out Sadea. And so that's in the heart of 37. So if we then reach capacity at Belen, I would rather move a group that potentially we know would move to possibly another school. They'll have consistency at Scott Libby. I would never anticipate, at least in my time frame, that they would go to Belen. I don't think Belen's numbers are going to drop. They're only going to increase, especially once that Sadea area continues. So I think it's harder to say, area 37, that we have to split them and take a pocket of them and move them versus that 25B.
The proposal here tonight doesn't take any students away from Belen Soto right now at all. So it's not going to Let's move this to save room for this to come in, like we do with a lot of our other revisions that we do before we're building a school, we're starting to look at growth. Everything here is just keeping Belen Soto Elementary right where it is. And then the areas that are still growing for Belen Soto, and I'll have to put my numbers, and I can email this to you tomorrow. I can look at how many plots right now are available in the current Belen Soto boundary that we have potential for students. As Superintendent Gunning said, Sadea, that very last corner, they're planning right now pre-sale starting in January. It's no longer Meritage. I believe they sold to Mary also. I believe it was Mary that they sold to that last corner. They're planning pre-sales in January, which means we could see houses basically by next school year that's going to go to Belen Soto. The Zanjero Trails neighborhood in Windrose at Zanjero Trails, 24C is the new area of that we're splitting out to go to Broad Elementary, but 24B still has a lot of potential growth in there and I just saw a sign saying Las Casas at Windrose by Frank Residential. I'm like, where did this come from? Because that was not there last week.
Are there students currently living in 24B?
We do have students living in 24B, yes.
Okay.
24C is where the current builders are in 24B have purchased.
Mm-hmm.
And they're building now. They're expecting closings to start as early as January, February. So we could see students coming out of as soon as January, February, if not before.
I am in agreement on the 24C, 24D, like all of that area and the 312, all the way up. I know that we have a little bit of way to go for that. I would agree that 25B certainly gives me heartburn to use Kim's. I think more than anything, they're driving right by Belen Soto to get to another school. That doesn't feel like our neighborhood school when you could potentially walk. I don't know how far that really is, but you're driving, literally seeing one school as you pass to go to another one. So that concerns me. And I think if 24B was doing that as well, that, you know, that would sort of be connected with that neighborhood, and it's just the pocket in between there that is worrisome to me. And I'm not opposed to changing boundaries. I know we have to do that. I was in agreement when we talked about this last time. I think it's just that 25B area. I don't have a better solution. I know it's really tough, but I will agree too that does make me nervous, because I think if there is any delay in another school going up there, and for some reason, because everything else around it is going to Belen Soto, if those kids potentially got moved, they would go to Scott Libby, then they could potentially go to Belen Soto if we redid all of the boundaries again, and then go to a new school some other time. That, you know, concerns me a little bit. I think that's way far out, obviously. Would the projection be that anything above Camelback eventually would go to that new school? You're saying just Sadea alone would be enough to fill, and then some Belen Soto?
That's a very good question. If I had to look at, if I was told by the board right now we're opening the next school year, how we would do this, my suggestion to our district growth committee would be 37, all of 36, 37, we're gonna have houses in 38A. That's what I would suggest to keep at Belen Soto for K-8, and then everything north of Camelback going to the new school. That would be my recommendation right now. If we're talking 4 years down the road, I honestly cannot give that answer, because by that time we could see the homes in 38A, 26A, we could see 12B and 3B already built out. We could see 23A moved into 11 with their expansion. It's tough to make that call.
And Tommy, is currently Camelback open all the way through?
Camelback is now open all the way through to 195th Avenue, which is Jackrabbit Trail, yes.
Okay, I have another question. So 36C,
Yes,
which we have going to Belen Soto, which is basically across the street from Belen Soto.
correct.
Do you know how many students are in that area right now?
In 36C, it's, right now, honestly, it is 2 streets of custom homes, acre plus. We are probably pulling total attendance-wise, 11 to 12 students, K-8. Busing-wise, I'm gonna say 4. 36C, we split with 36B because that's the new Fulton Homes community that is planned down there. And speaking as a committee, we wanted the new area to go to Scott Libby, keep the established area at Belen Soto.
Okay.
And there's one house on 36C that's about a quarter of a mile down from the 2 main streets with 1 student at right now as well.
Okay, I guess my idea was in 36C, if we anticipate more development in that area, to potentially, because in this old grid that I have, we have 16 students in that coming from that area, to grandfather them into Belen, and then any future growth go to Scott Libby, and then free up that pocket to be able to go to Belen. But if we don't think there's really going to be any growth there, and that wouldn't be a swap, you see what I'm saying? Like, be able to swap those out if that's not anywhere near even, or we don't anticipate that that's going to be near even by the time 25B gets developed, then that is not a good idea.
I don't know, because 36C are those 2 streets, like I said, of acre homes, but then that's also where the Buckeye Valley Fire Station is. And like the other homeowners, when you look at the plot maps, it's like 3, 4, 5 acres apiece. There's a metal fabrication trailer shop down there. There's a ranch for horses. The bottom corner is owned by that dairy that's a long jackrabbit, and the owners have sold that.
Yeah.
But I'm in agreement with that thought, is that even if it's only a handful of students right now, if we said moving forward, right, every student that's currently in our district can finish out in the school they are, but any new enrollment from that, well, it might be 0, who knows, but from this area would then go to Scott Libby. It would make a whole lot more sense for 25B because they're all connected. I mean, that would just be a continuation of that, instead of now where it looks like we're picking and choosing because those homes were built later, which is unfortunately what we have to do because we don't have enough desks and chairs and all that kind of stuff. So that makes sense to me. I mean, I like that idea that any, moving forward, any student that would be there, I know it doesn't alleviate a whole lot from Belen Soto, but that makes me feel more comfortable about 25B because there is some sort of connection there, and it's not just them sort of being stuck out in the middle there.
I don't know, I don't feel like that would be an even swap, and I think that we would, then I think you're moving 25B twice and 36C twice. So if we have kids and we now, across the street, my friend goes to Belen and I go to Scott Libby, but then now when we get a new school and new boundaries, now I have to switch from Scott Libby to possibly back to Belen. I mean, the likelihood of 25B only moving once from Scott Libby to the brand new school is a higher probability, I think, than 36C remaining at Scott Libby. Because
So you're saying 36C would go to the new school?
No, I think, like what Tommy was saying, is that he's thinking that when we open a new school, the 36s would go to Belen.
Correct.
And everything above Camelback would go to the new school. Because we also don't know the effects of, is it Sandero Trails?
Correct.
That will affect Scott Libby. We're just seeing that, and they're now building faster and faster, and I think those sales are going to go through the roof as we're seeing even Thomas develop even further, and that will affect Scott Libby as well. And I don't know if all of our kids will come back to Belen, but Belen is still holding strong. They're still at 926 students currently, with 158 online, which is great. So that's 768 in person, but if a lot of those online kids come back, I think adding another 75, that throws them to almost 1,000 students, which is not exactly what that's a really tough situation to be at with Belen.
But when did you get to 75?
75 is that hypothetical number, so.
The 75 is when every house in 25B is finished. And that's using our district average 0.52 kids per home, which I'm
Who
sure
knows,
that's
right.
dropping
But you
now.
also have to think about the finishing of 37. You also have our 24B of our current developments that are still being built. So I know that 75 might not seem like that's going to take over time for 25B, but you also have multiple other developments that are still in the process. So literally 75 could show up if you have them all at Berlin.
And we just got an email, I think Amy just shared it with us this week, they're going to look at multifamily up on Glendale in 303, is that the email we got this week? So they're also looking at a multifamily, so like apartment style up on Glendale in 303, which is gonna come to Berlin also. Currently, with the state of the economy and the housing market, we're seeing higher numbers out of apartment complexes than we have in the last couple of years, which again, apartment complexes go like this, also how we see in neighborhoods with that 10-year shift, depending on rental for house prices and just purchase prices for houses as well. So when, like Superintendent Ganning says, we still gotta keep in mind of 37 in that corner, and we gotta look at 24B that is selling right now, and the Las Casas that sign just went up and now is coming in, and they're gonna be going this rental or residential that could be coming, which may be another year away, but they are going to propose that with the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors to change that plot as well.
It kind of seems like the one good thing is that nobody's currently living there at the 25B. So as they come in, they will be fully aware that this is where their district boundary lines lie. However, I do also feel that 25B should be back with Minnesota, but it's a good thing that we don't have to tell people that they have
It's
to
one of
move.
these. It could go either way, and when you look at the long-term impacts, it's how fast are they going to sell? And they're looking right now at price increase. Last time I talked to them, they were planning in the mid to high threes to start. The last I just talked to them, because of, you guys know what it's like to sell houses right now, they're looking now low fours to start. So that could even affect us, or it could be lower numbers. But when we're looking at high threes as our median across our district right now, that could throw out the whole, it's too expensive for younger families now, everyone's just buying that size and that price as well. So it's gonna be that, it just depends. We could go either way.
So if it can go either way, we could push it up.
We could go.
Just that one section.
Just that one. Right now, I mean, they're moving dirt quick. They plan on pre-selling starting, like I said, in January. With 60 lots first to open up the next, I think, 45 lots. I think they were talking mid next year, so around May, June.
I feel like if there's nobody there right now, then they're not at any specific school and they're not committed to any specific school. And I'd rather just decide that right now while there's nobody there than have to change a bunch of people's boundaries once there are people there, because they're gonna be a lot more upset at that point than they're gonna be if we just do it now.
Correct.
I agree. Now, one more idea just to throw out there for the neighborhood community school congruence theory. What if we took 24B, because that's north of Camelback, and 25B, and put them at Verado Elementary, rather than skipping over, that way, if that would all be at least
So
tied together?
The 24A. I see where you're coming from. That is an idea if we pursue with that. This process will take Amy, how long is it? Because we have families living in 24B.
Yeah.
So we will have to go through the whole process with the committee and the meetings, the study sessions, the talks.
Well, but could we do, like we were talking potentially with like grandfathering those folks that are there right now to stay where they are, and then for new people that would come into that area to go to, or maybe that's overly complicating. I trust your recommendation for 25B. I'm just trying to come up with a solution to avoid the sore thumb in the middle of the boundaries.
That would be something for, I think, our committee to get back to talk with and to look at. I can tell you from my department's aspect, That's running 7 buses through the neighborhood 3 times now. 1 set for one school, 1 set for another school for the same age, and then 1 set for the, well, actually it'll be 2 sets for the middle school as well. Does that make sense? So that could increase our cost because now I'm running more vehicles with more fuel, more maintenance for it. I totally understand where you're coming from on it, I do. That would be one of the impacts just for my department,
Yeah.
that I can discuss, yes.
I understand that. Okay, I think we probably need to just motion on this.
Okay, so Tommy, recap for us. We're voting tonight to approve what exactly?
Get back to that one for you now. The recommendation brought to you tonight is to areas 3A, 3B, 12A, 12B, 24C, and 24D to Verado Elementary School and Verado Middle School. It is also to area 36B to Scott Libby Elementary School and Verado Middle School, as well as area 25B to Scott Libby and Verado Middle School. These areas do not have any current residents residing in them at this time.
Okay, I think we're all in agreement that we don't like any of our options. However, we need to move forward. So any last minute comments or questions? And if not, I will entertain a motion.
I motion to approve revisions to attendance boundaries for Bell and Soto Elementary School. Areas moved will be split between Scott Libby, Verado Elementary, and Verado Middle School.
I will second.
Any comments, questions?
I will just comment that I trust your judgment, Mr. Sims and Superintendent Gunning, and I will vote accordingly.
Thank you for putting up with us, Tommy. We appreciate it. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. And just for the record, we don't like school boundary conversations, so don't come back to us for a really long time. Thank you so much, Mr. Sims. Okay. Last item of the night, we are on to 14C. Recommendation to resume in-person learning 5 days per week in classrooms. Superintendent Gunning will be presenting to us. Testing. Better.
Madam President, members of the governing board, we are also waiting for Dr. Fitzer, who will probably be calling in on my phone here shortly, but I'll go ahead and get started due to the time it is in the evening. So tonight we would like to present to you the recommendations to resume our in-person 5-day per week classrooms. And these are for our students who had selected 5-day in-person in the very beginning when we did our commitments. Our recommendation timeline is used a phase-in approach to resume this. And so we are looking at Monday, October 26th for preschool through 5th grade, Monday, November 2nd for 6th through 8th. And we know that this would also include our preschool and our preschool hybrid is going to actually begin on October 14th at 9 of our schools. And that will end once we start, and they'll just resume to typical in-person once we start October 26th. The strategic plan alignment with this recommendation is to empower all of our students to reach their highest potential. So looking at our student success, provide a work environment where all of our employees feel connected and valued so that they can perform at their highest levels, as well as providing service for our internal and external stakeholders, and optimize our student success by evaluating and continually improving the effectiveness and the efficiency of all of our resources that we have. The purpose is our in-person 5 days per week in classroom is widely recognized as academically and socially, emotionally the best for kids. We know that this is the best place for our children to be, and we want to be able to provide that opportunity for the families who selected that option. We also are still analyzing and probably still don't know the total impact that the closures have had, and even having a hybrid option on the social, emotional, and mental health of our students. And we know that this is a continual piece that we're trying to monitor, but it's so much easier to monitor when you have them in your classrooms on a daily basis and you can see their faces and help to meet each and every one of their needs. The other piece that we're starting to begin to look at and analyze as we're getting data in is we have now recently received our DIBELS data coming in, and then next week we'll begin our benchmark assessments. Our initial DIBELS data in 1st through 5th have all declined. They're not starting the year anywhere near that we had started in previous years, and so we're already seeing the gaps and anticipating the hard work that our teachers are going to definitely have to do to close those gaps. So why now? So I think as we went into this year with so many unknowns, I think most of us were hopeful and very hopeful that this time frame would not last as long as it has been lasting. As we know, as the time grows further and further, and we're monitoring the benchmarks, we also are noticing that one of the benchmarks is really hard and difficult to meet. We just don't know exactly when we would see. And as we're listening to all of our health professionals at the Arizona Department of Health, as well as Maricopa County, they are seeing more and more that that one benchmark is really difficult to meet and may not be able to be met until a vaccine is actually in place. The second part of this is actually, as we learn more each day, this is actually a second portion of a hybrid model. So we're actually not returning to all children in person. That's what the all green would be. All green would be every single child comes back from online, every single child from hybrid is in 5-day, and our schools are full and at capacity. This is actually still a hybrid model. That's why you see a lot of our neighboring districts who have opened up and said we met the metrics, and they have only 5-day and only online. Because as long as you don't have full capacity of your campuses, you're still considered a hybrid model. So let's review our health benchmarks. These are the benchmarks that we monitor on a weekly basis and an ongoing basis to monitor the spread of our community and also our local community within our district, and they are updated every Thursday. Never thought that I would be so excited every Thursday morning by 9 a.m. to look at our numbers, keeping our fingers crossed, looking for the green, of course, and monitoring those numbers each week. Not only do I monitor our numbers, but I monitor all the other districts' numbers as well. I get nervous for them, or gets very happy for them, as a lot of our neighboring districts have been able to begin their hybrid option as well. So that's been super exciting. These are the benchmarks that we look at, green being the minimal, that's less than 10 cases per 100,000, and that is the actual case option that we were speaking of that's very difficult to meet. That's the one that's the toughest. If you look at the state level, they look at that as well as a decline in cases. The other piece that we look at is the percent positive, which is looking for under 5% for the green, and we've been in the green for quite a few weeks, and also in the COVID-like illness. Just like battery died. Except for having the battery died. Dr. Fetzer, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay. I'm having a mic issue, so hold tight.
No worries, I'm gonna keep myself, okay?
Okay, sounds good. I feel like I should sing. Megan, would you like to?
Just speak up.
I know, right? Well, I'm afraid they can't hear it. Oh, that's the hard part.
Testing.
Ooh, that works good. Okay, so let's look at our district data over the last 6 weeks, and you can see that we've been pretty consistent. You will see a little bit of fluctuation in the cases per 100,000. We went up a little bit from from October 1st, we went up by 1. I also attend a webinar with the Maricopa County Department of Health weekly, that is on Thursdays. And they will always let us know if there's any reservations or any concerns that they might have as they're monitoring the numbers. Schools, just so you know, with looking at the number of just bringing back our 5-day, they're still under capacity, and at each day a school would range from approximately 300 students in a school to about 760 students in a school. The other piece that we wanted to revisit and share are our upgraded safety supports. We have Healthy Verify that we're actually in the process, and this is that process of certification. They'll be conducting their walkthrough where they actually come through and walk through a campus. They'll do that on October 22nd. They've reviewed all of our documents and all of our safety protocols. So we're in the final stages of that process. We've also started the mitigating monitoring program pilot, and our schools have just completed their initial assessments, and that is where they are ongoing on weekly basis, acknowledging and ensuring their safety protocols, also monitoring employee attendance, all different data points to really monitor the risk occurring on any campus at any given time. Also, our disinfecting process has started. That started back in September. That's at nightly. After our cleaning is done and complete, we disinfect every single classroom and every single high traffic area, as well as offices. And then we have been working with the staffing service to add additional supports for our custodial staff. And we have 7 now additional supports so that they can support any absences that are occurring in our nightly custodial staff and help in the cleaning process. Who is impacted with this recommendation? Of course, all of our students remain in transition right now in their learning model that they chose. So these are the numbers of students that had chose a certain model. So right now we're looking at the in-person learning students. Those are the 5 days per week. That affects 6,574 students. The hybrid learning students, the 1,300 that you see there, they would remain in hybrid. We would not change their status. The 27 who are in digital learning would remain in digital learning. And I know that's like probably as clear as mud because all students in hybrid and in-person are in hybrid right now. But going back to those commitment forms of the families who chose in those areas, that's kind of the breakout of that piece. The other piece that this definitely affects is our teachers and staff. And so we did share with you, we updated, we created a chart for you with teacher feedback. Our principals went around and or in person or via a survey to see what their comfort level was of their teachers so that you could see that and their feedback and of their concerns. And of course, there are concerns, and I'm not going to stand and say that we're 100% of our teachers are ready to rock and roll, but we are 82%. The majority are elementary, 87% in elementary teachers are ready to go, and about 68% in middle school. I think middle school has a little more reservation, probably due to the size of the students. When you bring back 5-day, there's more, there's bigger physically in a classroom, and you can review the rest of the feedback from those survey results. Oops, I think I just accidentally FaceTimed Dr. Putzer. Let's go into the financial impact. So there is a little bit of financial impact that occurs during this. Our state funds us in person at 100% and online or hybrid within a 0.95. So the hybrid, it definitely gets split based on you get 100% for when you're in person time, and then the 0.95 when you're not in person. This also increases the number of students who are on campus, so it would increase revenue for our food services, community ed programs, preschool, extended day. So those are kind of the numbers that we're looking at. And I believe it's approximately 14,000 a day is that we're seeing in a difference of that piece. Of course, our goal is to communicate with staff and families by tomorrow on whichever decision our board would decide to take in regards to this. I know that when I look through, these are all tough decisions and it's really hard. But when I start to see the data, and then I also start to see the effects of the students, especially the children even coming back, and then the struggles that some of our families are having too, I just feel that for 61% of our families, we're just not meeting their needs that actually chose to be in person. That percentage has grown. So when we originally started and we originally did the commitments, we were at 46% of our population, about 4,900 students that had chosen in person, and that has grown to over 6,500. Where our hybrid numbers have declined from 2,700 to 1,300, and our DLA numbers have declined slightly from 3,100 to 2,700. So we have seen some shift. I do anticipate, based on the decision, that if the decision is to go back to allow the 5-day folks who are chosen 5-day folks to return, I think we will probably see some shift in numbers again. So it is something that we have to constantly monitor, look at those class sizes, look at what's viable and feasible to be able to support all of our staff and students. The nice thing is that this would give 2 solid weeks basically for our elementary to get prepared and to be ready, and they've been practicing all their protocols for the last several weeks as they have already been brought back with the AB schedule, and then it would give an additional week for our middle school to anticipate and to look, at what that would look like for middle school to return. Our main source of communication for all families, of course, is our website, and that's our primary source of communicating with our families, and we always put our up-to-date information on there. And at this time, I would be more than happy to answer any questions.
I just have a clarification before we open the conversation. On the presentation, can you go back to the financial impact, actually right there in the next one? With the state funds coming in at 95% for those kids that are not fully back, we do have the education stabilization grant that is supposed to make up the difference. So when you comment on the $14,000 a day, that is essentially lost, right? Because of people not being in school full time. Where does the ESG come into play there? Is that, if that's making up the difference? I know that can only be spent on certain areas. I understand all the restrictions, but in reality, are we able to make up any of that $14,000 with the grants or no? Because I know there were 3 different buckets of money with COVID, so I'm not sure which one actually would sort of be the gap filler, or if any of them are.
So the educational stability grant is only for the first 40th day, first 40 days, which we've already passed the 40 days. So,
Okay.
No, it won't make up the difference in moving forward.
And there's no other COVID relief funds that we've had access to.
It's not, so that you have the educational stability grant is based on the 40th day information to make up the difference for the 5%. The other COVID funds were not intended to make up the difference. It was more for true PPE.
The excess things that we would need
Yes.
because of the, okay, I understand. Okay, thank you. Okay, so I will open up the floor for discussion and questions for Superintendent Genning. Also, I just want to remind folks that Dr. Fitzer is joining us telephonically, so Tanya, I will also give you a chance to ask questions and or provide discussion as well. I'm sorry, I feel like everyone can't hear me really well. Going that's too long. Okay, so I will open up the floor. We can go one at a time. Irene, would you like to start?
I don't want to start.
Okay, Kim, would you like to start?
Sure, I'll start. What I would like to start by saying is thank you to everyone who has given us feedback. We have, as mentioned earlier tonight, Melissa mentioned, we have received a lot of emails from parents, from teachers, from staff on both sides of what seems to be a relatively divisive issue. What I will tell you is that we have read all of that information up until I think the last email I read came in at 5:15 p.m. tonight. What I will say to that is that this is a very difficult task to balance. For me, what is being measured, which is the COVID metrics and the funding, have very clear measurements. What is not clear to measure is the mental health of our students and staff and the social emotional support that our students need, as well as the quality of learning in the hybrid model that the vast majority of our students are in right now, when they would prefer to be in the 5-day model. So this decision is not clear cut because there is not evidence that points a clear direction one way or the other. So I think there is much potentially to be discussed. I crunched some numbers after Superintendent Gunning. I hadn't thought in the way that you mentioned tonight that going back 5-day, but only with a portion, even 60% of our population, going back 5-day in person would still be potentially a type of hybrid. And when I look at the enrollment numbers and I look at excluding the DLA capacity, if we look at half the hybrid students in each grade compared with the current number of students in person, our numbers there are about between 70 to 75% in general. So we're still, because we have the DLA and because we only have half those hybrid students every day, each campus would still be down approximately, rough numbers, 25% compared with capacity, which I think is interesting that I hadn't really looked at it to be in that way. I'll start with that, and I may have more to add as we progress.
I would say that while that's true, our total number of students on a campus, we need to look at an individual classroom, and that we have classes that have over 30 kids in it in a middle school. And they said they cannot in any way social distance 30 kids in a classroom. And we're still in the yellow. So we're still supposed to be trying to do social distancing and masks. And I've heard from staff members and people that kids are not necessarily always wearing their masks like they're supposed to be. And so I think that we have to take that into consideration, that if we decide to go back now, not hitting the benchmarks, we're not going to be able to social distance. The kids are going to need to take mask breaks, and with 30 kids in a class having a snack, that's different than 15 kids in a class eating at one time. So even though overall there's 25% less kids on a campus, that doesn't mean that there's 25% less kids in a classroom, in every classroom.
I think we have to accept the notion that any parent that is sending their child back to full 5-day is aware that social distancing will not be met. And that they send their children back with the understanding that that is the case.
Okay, but when we sent out our original survey and asked people to pick what they wanted to do, it said, when deemed safe, which choice would you like for your kids? So this was before we had metrics, and now we have metrics that are telling us if we're in red, we should do online. If we're in yellow, we should do hybrid. And if we're all green, we should do full 5-day. So by being in the yellow, that's not us saying we're fully ready to be back in for 5-day. So parents might choose differently. They might have picked differently if that question was worded differently. We did not ask our parents, how do you feel about coming back now when we're not all green, even though the board has said that's what we're gonna do?
Well, I think a potential solution to that would be what we talked about earlier, which is the fact that we have excess capacity in all 3 models. So if we were as a board to decide that we want to start back to 5-day, there is some flexibility there for those parents who that was their intention. If they say, my child's not going back full time, but they could go back hybrid or they could go back to DLA until all metrics are green, we would have potentially room for them to move to one of the other metrics that are there. Models, I should say.
If they switch schools at some of the campuses, because we have several campuses that don't have any hybrid classes.
Are we surveying them? Are we giving them the option to change if they had originally chosen the 5-day model? Are we giving them the option to say, well, wait a minute, we want to go to hybrid?
What we're going to do is do like we have during this whole entire time. When we communicate with parents, usually we get an influx of changes either way. So they'll work with their principal to request which change that they're looking for directly.
And that may definitely mean that
And that could be,
students may, some parents may need to take their kid to a different school if that's what they want to do. If they want in-person learning, but thank you.
I also think that you have to think back to also the mitigating circumstances. So the whole point of a mask is that you cannot be further than 6 feet. That's the stance on a mask, especially with a child. So if a child can be 6 feet away, they potentially could take their mask off. But if you're not, that's what you use as a protocol to help mitigate that situation. Also, I think that we're gonna have to be creative, and the beauty is our weather is getting a lot better with using outdoors. So snack time might be outdoors. And that's what I would do if I was a teacher and I had a full classroom. I would be going outdoors, spreading my children out, enjoying the weather and taking that snack time. So I think those would be the pieces. I think it was really interesting just looking at those original commitments and then looking at how that's changed over time as we've started that progression to opening. So I think that was kind of telling to me that people were feeling more and more comfortable with the setting. They're still cohorted, so they're still that main group. They still would be cohorted on the playgrounds, in those different settings and locations. So still keeping those groups together as well.
And so just to make this crystal clear, everybody still has the choice, hybrid, online, or full 5-day. If we decide on opening for 5-day, or are you moving every hybrid over to 5-day? That's not what you're doing.
No, we would not be moving every hybrid to 5-day. No.
So those 3 options are still available for parents for what they feel safe is putting their children in.
Those 3 options are still available, but I do want to give the caveat that with hybrid, we've been able to support hybrid when we can staff it, but when the numbers drop too low, then of course we have to move the teacher, because for the, like the 5-day classes, then if we had to, we would have, we might need to move, but we always offer them other options. So the principals work with those classes and those parents directly to see if there's another option that works well with them.
I'd just like to respond to that comment specifically, because I think saying that you have a choice and then it's actually a choice that a parent would accept are 2 different things. Collapsing a hybrid classroom and moving it to 5-day because you've fallen below that threshold number is forcing those hybrid kids to make a choice
to either go to 5-day, and if their parents don't want to do that, then they can go to another school. That's not an easy choice for a third grader or for the third grader's parent. So while, yes, we all have choices, we could all be online. I mean, that's a choice that we could make. That's probably not a choice that we're going to make, but I just want to be really clear that people don't have a choice of all three models. They just don't. Some DLA classes are full. We've seen, I mean, there are classes that have 40 kids. We're not putting any more kids in that class, I hope. So there are DLA classes that are full. There are hybrid classes that are collapsing, that are being forced to go to 5-day. So while I 100% agree with you that
We try.
being in school is the best option, that's what we think. I think saying that our parents have a choice between three models is not consistent with what we're actually offering.
And that's why I just say we try to meet their needs. And so it may not be, even the online, it may not be their actual homeschool teacher that is their online teacher, but they could have an online teacher that is at a different location, but it would still be their online. But yes, we do try though.
Sure. I want to say too, just as before we start, and then I want to make sure we allow Dr. Fitzer time to speak as well. I think people realize the importance of this as well as the difficulty of this. You know, for those of us sitting up here, we are not medical professionals. For the majority of us, we're not educators, right? We haven't attempted to teach hybrid learning. We haven't attempted to learn all new protocols and all of that kind of stuff. We are parents, and we do have kids that are in school or have been in school recently. And so, you know, I just want to say that we know that we're not going to make everybody happy. We know that some parents are going to be disappointed with either their lack of choices or the lack of space or schooling or whatever. We understand that. Our priority is to do what is best for students. People may not agree with that, what is best, but that is truly our mission up here as a Superintendent Gunning and the entire district staff. My priority tonight as a governing board member during this process, and in any process, but this specifically, is transparency. I think it's really important for parents to understand and to hear the commitments that we're making, but also the truth and the reality of the impacts of this decision. No matter what is decided, there are going to be things that are good for some people and bad for some people, and vice versa. So I just want to make sure that we're really open and honest about what that is, because I don't want people to be questioning the intention or the integrity of the conversation because we didn't make it extremely clear what the implications of these decisions were. The two things that I have heard the most from whether it's staff or parents in terms of feedback, and I didn't have time, I didn't see this staff feedback piece until right now, so I'm trying to go through it, but it's many pages long, so I'm still reading through that. But the two things that I heard the most, as Melissa mentioned, were class sizes. And, you know, having normal class sizes is not ideal, obviously, in this situation. We've done our best to try and spread that out. I know that for sure. And the second thing is what I've heard mainly from people that have made the switch to the 5-day and have said, please open up schools. This is what we want. This is what's best for our kids. The reason they are saying that is because they are disappointed in what we are offering as a hybrid option. So I just want to, again, in full transparency, I want to make sure that we understand that parents are in as difficult a situation as we are in terms of what they think is best for their kids. And I think a lot of that movement from the 40% to the 60% certainly is telling of what people want. But I also think it's frustration in what the hybrid model has to offer. Some of that is, you know, our doing, some of that is not. I mean, we weren't designed to be a hybrid school, and so we've had to modify everything that we do, and that's not easy to do. So I guess those are my two questions to you: is what is your opinion on class sizes, you know, especially in middle school where we have normal class sizes. You know, we weren't able to reduce them because the teachers that we used for DLA and for hybrid, you know, we didn't have any left over to try and lower those class sizes. So how do you feel about that, and what do you think we can do? And second is what are the future plans for the people that chose hybrid
and want to stay in that? What is the future of that program and the likelihood of people changing, in and out of that, obviously after this decision is made?
So let me go back to the class sizes. We definitely, when we had that safety committee, initially start to look at what could we physically do. Because originally on the onset, we were going to open when we thought we could open with all 3 models. That was our plan from the very beginning, to be able to offer choice, options, and meet the needs of kind of every person. What they were able to do is when they looked at the class sizes of looking at what their typical class size was, is that they were able to meet that typically within the 3 feet range. So that was our goal. It was 3 feet, 6 feet, of course, is optimal, but 3 feet was the goal. And then at that time also is when we knew that what we were going to do was to institute masks. And then, of course, our governor, as well as the county, came through in support of that, as well as our local cities too, because we knew we had to have those mitigating components in place to do so. We also then purchased little barriers or barricades for the schools that had tables, because we also found out that we had, realized how many tables we had, because we love that cooperative learning structure and strategy. So those were the pieces that we had put into place. So they had to empty out a lot of furniture out of their classrooms. So the classrooms are pretty bare and not as, not as many tables, not as many things as they would typically have, so that they could truly space desks as far apart as possible. So it kind of goes back to that CDC and the Maricopa County Department of Health, as well as the Arizona Department of Health and reopening, is that you do it as best as possible. So that's kind of from that point. In regards to the hybrid model, when we looked at the hybrid model and began discussing the hybrid model even back in June and looking at the options, one of the things, the 3 things that we stated were, we always talked about 5-day, we talked about online being a long-term commitment, 6 months to a year, and we talked about hybrid being something that we would support as long as we could physically and fiscally responsibly support that. We know that hybrid is not what's best for children, but I know that right now and in this time, we need hybrid. So I think it's an option. My dream would be that things go back to normal and that we move on a better track with our health metrics. And I would love for everything to go back to at least 2 models in January. That would be my ultimate goal. It's hard for me to commit to anything right now. And so, as you know, I don't like to be as black and white, because I don't know what the future holds. So I may need hybrid longer. Hybrid might be a great option if our metrics still remain kind of where we are right now, and we're just kind of staying steady, as well as the demand. Talk to middle school, today even about it. We don't see as much movement in the middle school arena as we do in the elementary arena. And probably more so movement in the primary grades than you see in the upper grades, because of course primary is really difficult to do in a hybrid and an online model. So that's kind of just to share kind of my thought process and where I would like to see if everything went well and went wonderfully. But we're seeing people change their minds on an ongoing basis. What the protocol is that a principal has to contact me if they're seeing their numbers drop to a really low level, because we definitely want to make sure that when we're ready for the 5-day that those classrooms are balanced, and that we don't have a hybrid class of 12 kids, which are 6 on one day, 6 on another. That doesn't make sense. And then we have a full class for 5-day. So just trying to balance those so that we have to talk through and go through. We have about 3 questions that we talk through and answer before we decide to just jump. So it's not just an instant jump to eliminate or collapse a hybrid class. Did you want to go to Dr. Fletcher?
Yeah, Tanya, can you hear us? Do you have any comments or questions so far in the presentation?
Tanya, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm watching it on Zoom also, which is slightly behind the phone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. So we're up to you on any comments or questions.
Okay. I'm sorry, hold on one second. Sorry, I was watching it on Zoom, which is a little bit behind this.
Okay, do you have any comments or questions?
No, I listened and I reviewed the information prior. You know, fundamentally, what's best for kids is to be in school. I think that's frankly unequivocal. Protecting teachers, frankly, if we don't have enough kids, we're protecting teachers' jobs by allowing our district to have kids in the district. So there, again, not black and white. And again, you can't predict what's going to happen next week or next month. But if we're waiting for this virus to completely go away, then we should not even plan on going to school at all this year. I knew this metric was going to be a problem. I knew it was unrealistic from the beginning. We have two metrics that have been in the green for months and months. So I think it's exactly what I said it was going to be several months ago. So I think it's time to go back.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Fitzer. Any other comments, questions?
I just think something we need to think about is that when we voted to go back to hybrid in September, the numbers were lower than they are right now. And they have been increasing the last 2 weeks, not going down, going up, right? We were seeing a trend of going down and we were all feeling pretty good, like, okay, we're headed the right direction, but now they're headed the wrong way. And if we decide to go against these metrics, I want to know, what is our number? What is our metrics? Because since the beginning, I said I wanted metrics. Like, that was the thing I asked for us to do this, was that we had to have some kind of metrics that we were following in order to make our decision. And then the state came out with these numbers, and we had a meeting, and we met with our attorney, and we listened to the recommendations from our attorney. And so if we sit here tonight and we say, too bad to that recommendation, too bad to what the state is telling us we should do, then how are our families and our teachers supposed to trust that when our numbers start going, if they continue to go up, that we as a district are going to take care of our students and our teachers, and we're going to make the decision to go back to hybrid and go back to online if we need to. And I don't think that it's okay enough to just say, we're going to wait till the health department tells us what to do, because that's going to be a right now happen thing versus us being able to plan and make that happen in a more thoughtful process.
And so something that I've shared before is that the health department has recommended that we watch them for a 2-week period. So if we start to see that we're changing a color for a 2-week period, we would reach out to the health department, talk through what is actually happening and transpiring within our community, and talk through what our next steps would be in making those plans. So potentially what could happen is, right now we are actually still a hybrid model. So we are actually just introducing another piece of what is considered a hybrid component. So what we would do is we would have to bring it back to you. If we started to climb, and let's say that cases per 100,000 was approaching more closer to 100, and or if one of those other greens changed, then we would bring it back to you. As you guys know, I have no problems coming back to you and telling you when I think something is unsafe and I think that we need to make a change, as well as I think our families know that I'm pretty upfront of when I think something is unsafe and that we need to step back. If it were to change up into the red at any point, and it does that for 2 weeks, then we're going to have to make some more drastic changes and considerations of, do we go back to virtual or distance learning along with our digital online academy? And that's definitely some potential. The other thing, just to clarify too, is that something I know that's I get questions every day about this, is that there could potentially be a closure at one campus, of a campus completely shutting down, or a grade level shutting down at a campus, or a classroom shutting down at a campus, and the rest of the district is still operating and fine and moving along. So those are all those moving pieces that could potentially happen. But I would follow exactly what our health department states on when you switch and when you change. And that was pretty consistent with what Dr. Chris stated at the Arizona department. So that was one thing that I think that Arizona department and Maricopa County stated, is to watch it for 2 weeks consistently. I think what was confusing for me as well is that originally we had our head around what hybrid was, and hybrid was having all 3 models. And then when we started to look at some different guidelines, like from the Arizona Department of Health, then we were rethinking what we thought hybrid was. But in the conversation with our attorney, and I was explaining what I was presenting, she's like, that's hybrid. That's why everybody else, like there's 12 other districts in our general area that are doing exactly just 5-day and online. So she's like, that's what hybrid is. So you're meeting the guidelines, the expectations. It is low capacity. What they don't want is that when it's all green, that's when everybody's welcome to come back. All of your online kids, every single child is ready. So we're not asking for that because we're not ready for that right now.
Okay, I understand that, but when you say we're hybrid, so we're in that middle, we're meeting hybrid, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says we're supposed to have 6 feet of distance between students, and we cannot do that with 30 kids in a classroom. Like, isn't that one of the requirements in being in that moderate level?
So 6 feet, what our attorney said is that 6 feet when possible. When not possible, then you're wearing a mask. Because I did clarify with her. And I know in that Arizona, that reopening book, when it has their little check boxes as you're going across, it does have that 6 feet checked. But when you look at, I think, all of the detailed information and then consulting with the attorney, and that's why I had her kind of write that response so that we could include that in the response to the questions.
So if I could interject, I feel as though we're getting into the weeds of things that have been discussed in the past. So while I'm not going to try to convince you either way, Melissa, I'd like to maybe provide some of my thought process to let you know kind of how I've come to the conclusion that I've come to. I think we're alike in that you would like a black and white answer, and you would like to say, we said all green, now we're all green, now we can do it. And that was my original thought too. At the last meeting, when that was our decision as a board, and we all said all green, I have learned more now since then. And as Dr. Bitzer reminded us, she that night said, this metric is unrealistic, and we said, we want all green. And I think since then, I have seen what hybrid looks like. I have seen the difference between how we are executing hybrid and the quality and quantity of education that the kids are actually learning, that our students are learning, and the increase in the family ask for in-person. And I feel like though COVID is part of this decision, looking at the whole child is another part of that. And I feel like, let's say we looked at COVID and we looked at mental health and we looked at learning, I feel like mental health and learning are not getting nearly the attention that they need. And it's impossible for us to bridge that gap. So for me, I'm willing to take a little more risk on the COVID, of course, following the guidelines. We put the nightly disinfecting in place. We're making, requesting that children wear masks and all of those sorts of things. So I feel like we put the protocols in place, but not having 6 feet isn't enough of a reason to ignore the mental health and ignore the learning piece, for me personally.
I'd also like to say something, Melissa, just before you respond to that, if you choose to. Kim, I agree with you wholeheartedly in that. I know that we have received a lot of feedback and have heard from our own friends, family members, et cetera, about the struggles that families had to make hybrid work. But I don't want to gloss over the fact that we are still going to have 1,400 families that are choosing hybrid and will be in hybrid until January. If we're lucky to, sort of transition into that all day, 5-day, 5-day in person for the whole time in January. I don't think that excuses us from not fixing what's not working with hybrid now.
Those 1,400 families don't deserve less because they chose a different option. And, 2 days of synchronous learning a week is not enough. I mean, we're hearing that from our families, we're hearing that from everywhere. And I know that this is a really big ask because I'm not the teacher that's trying to do it all. So that's not lost on me at all. I do understand that. But I think as the families that are requesting and really pushing us to open for 5-day, because that's their choice. And I respect that. I respect every parent's choice to be able to provide the education for their child that they want. I also want to see us do that for those kids that chose hybrid and want to stay in that. They want to be at school for the mental health aspects and to be able to engage with their teacher and do all of that. But I think the reason that a lot of those children are moving, or at least the feedback we're receiving, is because they're not happy with the education they're getting in hybrid. And I don't think that's a reason for them to have to move. I am on board with the thought of opening because 61% of families say that that's what they want. And I think that the district and teachers and principals and every single staff member here has worked countless hours to make our schools as safe as they possibly can be. Are kids going to get sick? Possibly. Are teachers going to get sick? Possibly. But I understand that we can't stop everything, but I'm confident in the safety protocols that we've put in place and all of the extra money and time and resources that we've put into that. I know everybody won't agree with that, but I do believe that you and the rest of your team are doing everything you can to keep everybody as safe as possible. And I really appreciate that because we could absolutely cut corners. We could absolutely just make it work, right? Band-aid the situation. And you haven't. You've come back time and time again and asked for more money for additional staff and more money for additional cleaning protocols and, more money. So for those things that you think we need to be able to keep people safe. And I think, that shouldn't go unmentioned because that's not an easy task to do. However, aside from the 5-day, I do think that everybody's choice matters. And I think we've got the DLA off to a great start. We figured out how to make that work. They have teachers, 5 days, everything's working great. If we transition back to 5-day for the students that chose that, I feel like our teachers are going to transition and knock it out of the park as they always have done. Is it going to be bumpy? Of course, this whole year's been bumpy, but you know what? We're going to make it work and it'll be fine. But there's still 1,400 families and potentially more with the moving that are not receiving the education that they deserve. And I'm just encouraging you to continue to try to fix that.
And the next step with hybrid is those families that had selected hybrid is that we definitely want to survey them to see what's working well and what's not working. And we know that I think what it'll be interesting and intriguing from the data that we receive is that we know teachers are doing it differently, right? And so then that'll be great to even compare that data. Are we seeing that there's a greater success from the teachers who are doing synchronous when they're teaching versus asynchronous when they're teaching whatever different models and modes that they're doing within that setting. So definitely something that is our next steps.
I'm interested to hear how that process goes because I do think there's probably some best practices, and I think that the difference, sort of to me as an outsider in terms of the district staff, but an insider in terms of my kids have gone through the spring and now sort of moving into this hybrid with everyone else is. In the spring, we didn't have district guidelines, right? I mean, we went on spring break and never came back. We didn't understand what you were getting into. We didn't have really good district guidelines. When we opened in August, you were 100% prepared, right? You knew exactly what was going to happen. We knew online learning was going to happen a certain way, and it happened consistently across the district. And so now that we've gone back to what we have in the spring, where every teacher, every school, every campus is doing it a little bit differently, I see us sliding back into this isn't working, parents aren't happy. So again, I just would encourage you to, if we're going to keep this option open through December, an entire semester is too long for us to not give those kids equal, right, as much as we can education. But with that being said, I think with all of the safety protocols in place, it is
it is our responsibility to allow people to go back to school that are ready to do that. But have the choice of hybrid and online for those students that don't. So, I will say, just in full transparency, I'll be extremely disappointed if parents want to go to hybrid and they can't, or people want to go to DLA and they can't, because we're saying they have a choice. And I know 100% of the time that isn't going to be the case. But I would like to be able to say the majority of the time we were able to do that. So I'm hopeful that that is the case, because if we're relying on choice in terms of 5-day to be able to go back because that's their choice, I think we need to respect parents' choice of wanting to go online or hybrid as well, equally as important.
Is it possible, I'd like to jump in real fast and
Sure, go ahead.
talk about a few of the things that maybe has not been mentioned as of yet. I've got 9 points, but I want to start with this. The reason that I didn't want to go first is because this group of women up here are remarkable to work with. Jody, as are you, your entire staff, all the teachers, all the students, all the parents that are here. And I find that when I wait a few minutes, some of my questions, I have a reassessment, just like Dr. Fitzer had said before. Kim is absolutely right. When we sat here and voted on the metrics, we all said green. As a matter of fact, I said green all the way, no doubt about it. And I have since reassessed where our numbers have come in. Now, I know that doesn't make a lot of people happy, especially our staff. So I just want to point out a few things. First of all, there has been some feedback that this decision to open the school has already been made. I want that very crystal clear that it has not been decided to open the school yet. I haven't discussed it with anybody to make that vote. I have voiced my opinion to some people. We have had conversations about it, but the decision was never at any point made ahead of anything. I think that probably comes from the survey that was sent out. I know that the survey was initially sent to the certified staff. It did not include all the classified staff, which a very fast survey did drop today to get that information, right? So in hindsight, everyone included, you know how I am about that. This certified staff feedback 5-day option Google Doc that I'm looking at that you have presented in Google Docs clearly has a percentage of our teachers more inclined to return to 5-day. That's here, these are the numbers in black and white. As far as class sizes are concerned, it's great that we're putting all of those metrics inside of there, or excuse me, the safety procedures and the protocols. A question for after I'm done would be, is there a number in mind that we are not going to cross over? Are we sticking with what our normal class size ceiling is? We clearly will be fluctuating back and forth accordingly. As you said, if we have any cases that come up inside the 5-day, as in the hybrid that we have right now. One of the other questions, my second question would be, how many cases have we had in our district? I don't know if we've had any of that information or if any of you have that. And based on the emails that we have received over the past few days to Melissa's statement of returning 30 emails, she's absolutely right. But we do still find that those numbers fluctuate roughly 60-40, 60 to open, 40 not to. I am not inclined to force anybody to do anything at any time. And so if this measure were to pass, and if you are a teacher in our district, I implore, thank you, I'm getting stuck on my words, to do the same thing that I had asked you to do before. Contact HR. If you have a physical requirement or even a mental requirement at this point, to Kim's suggestion, the mental health of our children, I think, is falling further out of balance. So if we have that issue with our staff, that they should be able to come forward and legitimately have that complaint heard and assessed. So the question was, is there a class size number? Are you sticking with just the ceiling that we have?
We're sticking with our current number, but we're talking about, because typically we always go that 3 over. So what we're going to do is also sit down and talk about, like, what's the hold tight? Is the hold tight different? As well as been talking to principals too about balancing. So when we talk about that, if we have to collapse a hybrid and you're bringing that teacher in, rebalancing, which is not always going to make everybody happy too, right? Because you might have to shift some kids, but it's better to have your classes more balanced in that setting.
Yeah, and
That's
to
fine.
everyone's point, no matter what we decide today, many will be pleased, many will not.
And also to that point, we even have teachers that have switched their minds, right? So I've had teachers up to even this week that did not like online. They thought they were going to. They thought that was their calling. And then they're like, no, I just want to be in person. So we've had people, so where we can accommodate, we will accommodate.
So if a
Swap
teacher has an
people.
issue and they've since they changed their mind, just as a parent may have, they can come to you
So
and
it's
ask the
recent,
question.
even this week, we've swapped a teacher that was 5-day in person. That's like, I don't want to be 5-day in person. And we have a DLA teacher that's like, I don't want to be DLA, I want 5-day in person. And they're swapping.
And that was definitely one of the recommendations from a staff member was, hey, can we change our mind now that we know where we're headed?
So we try to accommodate where we can. I don't know, I mean, it's kind of like the same thing of going back to the parent thing. We'll try to do what all we can do when we can do it. I think, you know, we've called this the year of flexibility, and I think we've done a really good job of being as flexible and fluid where we might have been more rigid, you know, prior to this whole pandemic, but we're trying to be as flexible as possible. And I've been grateful to not only staff being flexible, because we've had to call on staff members, right, to say, hey, would you be willing to do this? And they jump at it, as well as our family members being flexible of their teacher might change or something might shift within their classroom. So I think everybody has definitely been very graceful and flexible during this time.
Okay, and do we know any numbers of cases in our district? Is that would be public information?
had any student cases.
We have one possibly reported that was positive over October 1st.
Okay. And then that will be dealt with accordingly. That student may, have to sit out for 10 days, return with a test. I'm assuming those are the protocols for return.
And I don't have current numbers on staff, but we've had some.
Before you go there, I'm sorry, I just want you to repeat that, Gina. I don't think that the camera was going to be able to pick that up. The question was, how many students have tested positive for COVID? The answer was 1 over fall break, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then now you're talking about staff.
One.
1 possible over fall break hasn't been confirmed. Got it, okay.
And then for staff, we've been tracking them since back in August, and I don't know of any, I don't know the current numbers right now. But we just follow, it's very systematic of the steps that you follow, and notifying, you do your contact tracing, notifying everyone who was in contact and kind of following the steps. But it hasn't been drastic or any reason that we've had to close down or shut down anything.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? I will just say that I think knowing that there is potentially some flexibility for those families who now want to make a different choice, although we won't be able to accommodate everyone potentially, the fact that we would have some accommodations and potentially accommodations for teachers, although we can't have as much flexibility with that because, and the fact that we will revisit this and we will continue to monitor the metrics, and we will revisit it if the metrics, one or more metrics changes to a different shade away from green. At this point, that those 2 items, in addition to the fact that this is fulfilling the objective for 60% of our student population, gives me comfort in making this decision.
I'd like to just address one more issue, and then I'll open the floor for a motion. One piece of feedback that I saw multiple times and received from different folks, both from teachers and families and students, was that they were disappointed that us as a board were changing our minds. That we had said we're not going to open. And I'm going back to full transparency. Like, this is not an easy conversation, right, to have with not just the folks here, but the hundreds or thousands of people that might be watching. But I think Kim brought up a really good point earlier, is that when we have more information and we have more data and we have more best practices from the people, from our teachers and our principals that are on the ground doing the work, I want to make sure that we're accepting that and we're absorbing that and we're able to make different decisions. I do not think it's a good idea for us to flip-flop back and forth and continually change our minds. I do not support that. However, I would say as we have done over time, especially in the spring coming into this new school year, is that we have had to remind ourselves that this is the first time that all of us have done this. I became a board member 5 years ago, and I thought I knew what a difficult decision was when we talked about school boundaries or hiring a new superintendent. And while those decisions were difficult, they were nothing in comparison to what we're going to make tonight or over the next several weeks. So I do ask for the same grace that we have tried to show for everyone and flexibility in those choices that we gave to parents and everyone else, that you now show that to us and to the district. And as we're learning and growing, our intention, my intention, is pure, and it is to do what is best for students. And right now, I think we've all sort of been able to go down the line and say what we think that is, and we may not always agree, but our intention is to keep the district focused on our strategic plan, which is academic excellence, and providing a safe place for our staff and for our students and for our families to be. And I hope that we would continue to do that, whether it's in the 5-day model or the hybrid or the DLA, whatever people choose. And as we collect more information, I will honestly say that as the metrics change or as new things come available and new data is available, we may be back up here having a different conversation. And that's just the fact of the matter. I'm trying to be open and honest and be transparent, and that we don't know what we don't know. So what's going to happen in November or January, we don't know. We're going to make the best decisions that we can today. And then if we need to adjust and we need to be flexible, then, I hope we will be able to do that and to come back and make decisions at that time with new information when it's available. So with that, if there's no other comments, I will open the floor for a motion. I want to make sure we still have Dr. Fitzer on the line.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And if you can just talk to her, you don't have to put her to the microphone, just as long as you can hear her and just relay her vote, that'd be great.
I move to approve the recommendation to resume in-person learning 5 days per week in classrooms as per the timeline as presented.
I will second.
Okay, any closing remarks? She good? Yes. Okay. I will ask Dr. Fitzer for a vote separately just because I don't think we can hear. So Dr. Fitzer, what is your vote?
Dr. Fitzer, your vote. Oh, yeah, sorry, I can't hear, it's kind of echoey. I vote yay.
Yay, okay. Okay, so the motion's on the floor. All those in favor?
Yay.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Record reflect 4 yay, 1 nay. Motion carries. Okay. And that is it. We are on to 15A. I motion to adjourn. All right, I will second that. Thank you all very much. I know it's late. We appreciate your time. All those in favor for adjournment?